Every live. Oh, okay. So I gotta click this. And then I got to. I don't know what that is. Oh, I don't want to do that. Okay, there we go. And okay, and that appears to be working. Okay, cool. Alright, I think everything's working. Oh, someone wants to come up. So I believe everything's working. Let me go to my bookwork. That seems to all be working and whatnot. Alright, cool. How do I get rid of this campaign thing? Hello. Can you hear me? Is my mic working? Or, I'm sorry, it's doing the thing that it normally does. Hang on. Let me click disconnect quietly. Then I gotta go over to Discord. Where did Discord go? No. Dumb thing. Okay, there. And then I gotta go. Pop out. Okay, there we go. Okay. Can you hear me now? Hopefully you can hear me now. Is my mic says it's working on TikTok. Okay, that's weird. And okay. Still Viego 3. So that appears to be working. And it says it's working over here. So, okay. I don't know. Can someone let me know if you guys can hear me? I assume people can hear me. I just left. Oh, sorry. Sorry about that. The volume's very low. My apology. I'm probably just talking really quietly. So hopefully it sounds fine. So welcome. It always takes a bit of time to get everything up and running. I don't know how other people do it. I guess other people spend like the $100 a month or something and have some third-party streaming thing. Or I guess other people don't use as many services or try not to. So I got TikTok and Instagram and YouTube all going. So that seems to be tricky. But it's working out okay. I gotta go to the Discord for a second, and I gotta click show me the chat. Okay, so I can see the Discord chat. Cool. Yeah, so if you want to talk to me directly, just come to the Discord and you can raise your hand and talk to me on there, or you can talk to me on the TikTok. If you want to talk to me on the TikTok, that's perfectly fine as well. Um, I believe the audios are linked up correctly, so if you talk to me on the TikTok or the Discord, uh, everyone should be able to hear each other and talk to each other. At least that's the intention. So I'm still learning and things are still getting buggy here and there, but we're trying to make sure and figure out how this works. Third time, yes, we can hear you. Thank you so much. Yes, excellent. Um, you have a ton of books in the back. What do you read? I read math books, mostly math books. I have a lot of math books. Um, so I have other books sometimes. I get bored really easily. So making my way through Watson's Bessel Functions book. A lot of books I kind of breeze through. Like I'm just looking at them as like references and stuff. But yeah, I like them there. Oh, you can't hear me in the Discord. The Discord's not working. Is there a scheduled debate? It's open mic, so anyone can chat about anything. But the Discord isn't working. That's not okay. So Discord is supposed to be receiving that. Maybe I gotta do that. No, I don't think that did anything. Hang on, let me do. Um, um, uh, with that. Okay, and then this, or maybe this. All right, it should be working. I don't know why it's not working. Can you hear me now on the Discord? Let me. Okay, I can hear myself. Um, invite to speak. Oh, okay. Let me see. Um, are you able to hear me now, or is it still not working?
Oh, I can hear you.
Oh, you can hear me. Oh, excellent. Cool, cool. Okay, cool. Okay, so the Discord appears to be working fine then. Your mic works on Insta too. Okay, thank you, thank you. Yeah, so it seems to be working everywhere. Seems like everyone can hear and whatnot. Um, how do I chat? Well, you can chat wherever you want. There's 4 chat rooms, so we got but I may not be able to see all the chats because there's a lot going on. But in general, I'll try to talk to whoever wants to chat with me, or who wants to talk first. But if it gets quiet, then I'll probably read more chats. Um, so yeah, hey, how's it going? Fortunate or Fortunato?
I'm good. How are you, Bobby?
Good,
Long
doing
time no
well.
talk. I don't know if you remember me at all.
I've met a lot of people. I'm sure you could jog my memory if you want.
um, we talked about math a lot over like last year, and I showed you um my some of my the research I looked into for the Riemann hypothesis with like Jensen polynomials. I don't know if you remember Jensen polynomials.
Oh, Jensen polynomials. Yes,
Yes.
yes, of course, yes. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I just want to make sure my audio was working.
Oh
But
yeah, no worries.
I want to say big fan. Really like what you're doing. Like your content. I've been watching all your stuff. I really liked your debate. Kent.
Ken Hovind.
Hogan. It was a little embarrassing for him, I think, but oh well.
Yeah, I wasn't as aggressive with him. If you watch the newest one with Donnie and Sam, I was quite a bit more aggressive with them. I was like, but they were also insanely aggressive. But man, oh man, I need to make a direct video that's along the lines of, um, it must be it's so insanely hard to like constantly be pretending like you know everything, you know, because like apparently they know quantum mechanics, they know, you know, science, biology, chemistry, physics. They know everything. There's nothing new under the sun to them. And like Donnie just has like an allergic reaction to saying I don't know. Like that's like a detriment to his personal character. And I'm like, man, I can say I don't know so easily. I don't know. Maybe that comes with getting a PhD or something. Is like you get used to
I
saying I
mean,
don't know a lot.
you said something that I think like speaks to the mindset of people like that, where it's like they want to speak in absolutes. They never want to have any uncertainty in it. When you have like a more scientific background, it's like certainty is like built in to the method. So it's just like hard to find a connection there.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah, yeah. Watch C there. I pretended easily. Yeah, yeah. But yeah, so thank you. This has been a wild journey. Uh, I, I was obviously frequenting Discord for a while, for like a year or so, just chatting with people randomly. I wasn't recording anything, and then a few months ago, people were like, "Man, you should record some of this and like stick it online." And I was like, "Really?" You know, and I didn't even have like a microphone or anything, you know, or camera or whatever. So I was like, "Okay, fine. I'll spend like, you know, $100 or something, get a couple of things." And then I made a few videos and I just posted them on there, and it was like I woke up the next day and it was like you have 100,000 views. I was like, "Holy Toledo!" I was like, that doesn't seem like that's supposed to happen normally. And so, and then I guess I've been trying to keep up the momentum because I'm like, well, you know, if you get a chance, right, you better take it, you know. So I did everything I could to kind of make it happen, right?
Yeah, I mean, you were always like my favorite person in MDD, and I always turned into your lives. I remember I'm surprised you did a face reveal, but I think it adds a personality to your content. I think it helps
Mm-hmm.
cement, I don't know, a picture of you in my mind. Um, but I I think it also speaks to like what you said, your main I don't know, message there, but your desire was, I was always asking you, why do you hang around these degenerate people who have no idea what the hell they're talking about? And you always spoke to just um
Yeah.
educating people and showing people different mindsets and maybe just popularizing your view. So I think content creation is a really good way to accomplish that. So I just want to say kudos, and I'm going to continue watching and listening and pop in with a question here and there if I can. But just want to say appreciate what you're doing.
Yeah, yeah, no, thank you, thank you. Yeah, I appreciate it, and I hope to keep bringing people lots of content. And I got stuff coming up. I'm gonna be in a discussion with 10 other people, so not by myself, but we're gonna be talking to Alex Stein in Vegas, and so that's coming up soon. So watch out for that. And I just got done making a bunch of shorts on the SFT debate. I have 71 shorts, and the first short I posted, um, I was just cracking up making it, but it, there, there's a part in the debate where he's talking about Rob Carter's understanding of like mitochondrial DNA, and like I was like, this is like so utterly stupid, right? So like I took a bunch of papers and I threw it into AI and I was like, listen, go find me all the authors and co-authors, alphabetize them, and give it to me in a list. And it was like, yeah, no problem, you know, and it like produced this massive list for me, and I'm like, this is gonna be fucking hilarious. And I just put it on Scroll because it's just so many freaking people, and I put up the graph that all their work generates, like, you know, the hundreds of thousands of mitochondrial DNA we have available, and it's just like an utter joke. It's so hilarious. It's like you have one guy on one side, and you have like the thousands of people on the other side just scrolling by. And I'm like,
Have you ever thought about nuh-uh?
nuh-uh,
Have
yeah,
you
nuh-uh.
ever?
But Rob Carter, not a geneticist, right? Yeah, I know. It's just hilarious.
All
Um,
right, I'll give someone else the chance to speak, but I'll be listening, and
all right.
yeah, have a good day.
Yeah, thanks, man. So let's see. Someone on TikTok, Hank, said he wanted to come up. So Hank, if you want to come up on TikTok, we can do that. Oh, I'm really quiet. Is it the? Do I have a setting that's low? Mm, no, that all seems normal. Um, Output volume. I guess if I up this, that might help it a little bit. So um, Hank Schrader. Sorry if I'm saying your name wrong. But if you want to come up and discuss, let me know. Click the multi guest button, and I can let you into the TikTok, and we can chat if you'd like. He said he lost his voice. Oh, okay. No worries. Okay, well um, if Hank is unavailable, I guess whoever the next person is. If anyone would like to chat, otherwise I'll just look into some questions. Have you spoke to Dr. Dave, Professor Dave? I have technically met Doctor. He should be a doctor. Honestly, he should be given an honorary PhD in education. But I have met him. Funky Monkey. Yes. But I have met him. I actually attended the James Tour and Dave Farina debate live at Rice University. I was there in the crowd, right? And so I got to meet him, right? But there was a billion people around or whatnot. But yeah, he's definitely a cool guy. Oh, hey,
Hello.
Funky Monkey, how's it going?
Yeah, good man. I'm very happy just to help you fill space. Because obviously, like you've got, I'm sure, hopefully, some people who've probably got some more interesting questions than me. But yeah, since I was last here, I haven't really, unfortunately, had much opportunity to, I guess, grasp too much of an understanding of like your background and hearing you talk about that little like Insta situation of it suddenly exploding overnight. Like that's how I found out about you. I think I saw one of those very early videos, and I
Mm-hmm.
was just a little curious then, like hearing that conversation just then. Like, I think you've mentioned you do teaching, um, but
Uh,
I was just curious as to like what your background is or what it is that you're doing, because obviously
sure.
you just like having conversations, which is very cool.
Yeah, yeah. So I have a PhD in mathematics. I got it a long time ago. I was a professor for a little bit, so I taught
Mm,
mathematics. I probably have taught, I don't know, 50, 60 classes or something. Um, and so that was over a number of years. But then eventually I moved into the private sector. And so I've worked for a couple of different research firms as a mathematician. And I currently live in California. And so I'm a research
mm,
mathematician. And I work on everything from like neural networks to machine learning to
yep.
data analysis, signal processing, error correction codes. It's a really big one. Oh, and recently I did a research, I guess, stint in quantum information theory. So I spent quite a bit of
Yep.
time learning all about that and giving some presentations at work. But yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Wow. What was when you were teaching? Like, was there a particular field that you were also working in at the same time? Like, did you have particular research grants for certain work that you were doing, or stuff that you particularly felt you were specializing? Because like since then, it really sounds like you've really broadened into a lot of different fields.
So yeah, so a little bit more background. So I was working on my PhD while I was teaching,
Yeah.
and I had a professorship at the local community college because I had my master's degree. And so that's all they
Ah,
required
cool.
was a master's degree. And so most of my teaching was up to about the calculus level or so. Although I did
Mm,
have research seminars that I was attending and sometimes lecturing in at the university, working on the PhD. Um, so my PhD background is specifically complex variables, and I guess if we wanted to get more
mm,
specific, it's in differential operators and the zeros of entire functions. Um,
mm.
so I haven't quite gotten around to doxing myself quite yet. I assume that will
No, fair.
happen
Sorry, don't do that.
eventually, but
I
at
hope
some
not.
point, yeah, at some point people will know who I am, like direct, other than just Bobby. But and then I'll probably post my dissertation, whatever. People can go tell me how terrible it is or whatnot.
Yeah. Look, I guess everybody in the internet is an expert. Yeah. No, I was just curious because uh, yeah, I think depending on if you remember me from last time, like I mentioned, I'm well versed more in psychology, philosophy than I am in maths in any capacity.
hmm
Um, but like at the moment, I'm working now with two different professors. So one here in Australia where I am, and then another who's over in New Zealand. And it's just interesting, like realizing, and you sort of alluded to this as well, like the one that I just started communicating with in New Zealand, like actively is just like, oh yeah, I have never actually covered like ZFC and Gödel's incompleteness, and I'm actually having to do that right now because I'm about to move unis and will have to lecture on it. And it's really
hmm
interesting realizing like how many obviously specific fields there are in math, and I
hmm
know almost none of them. Um,
Yes, yes, and that
but also,
feeling.
yeah, like it sounds like go on.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. That feeling increases the more you study, right? So it's like after you get
Mm,
your PhD, you're like, wow, I'm literally like a single straw in this massive amount of information out there. So it's
yeah, yeah, that's
hang on a second.
I find it funny when you're talking about who you were debating with. Like, I got this from the psychology. It's like it's so obvious that I know so little about it now that I've studied it. It's like there's all these people doing specific facets of research in specific things. So, I
Yes.
was talking about a lot of the AI stuff, but I say it as somebody who knows that I don't know the research because I'm not the one doing it. Like I can't know it the way that those people can.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Um, and I'm not putting that amount of time in. But it's also very cool to hear, like, obviously, the way you at least are trying to approach debates is in good faith. But then it's obviously like hard to do that when you're being met with like a degree of like overconfidence. It's just interesting hearing you talk about that as well.
Yeah, yeah,
Do
yeah.
you
No,
have
it totally is. Yeah.
do you've mentioned sort of like obviously you've had this opportunity and you don't want to sort of squander it, which I think is completely valid. Um, have you thought much about what you'd like out of this potential platform that you're building?
I haven't. Um, I mean, other than just dealing with misinformation and disinformation, I guess
Mm,
a job, a an end goal, I think, for any social media person might be some more type of job independence, right? I very much like my current job, but it does. I mean, it's hard to be working full time and doing this. So I wonder whether or not there will be an ability for me to do this full time versus just having my
Mm.
job. That would be very that would be very much of interest to me. I don't know if that will happen or whatnot. We'll see how much people continue enjoying the content, I guess. Um, but the I unknowing to me, I think I've done fairly well on camera and talking to other people, even people that are
Mm.
incredibly mean and rude. I seem to handle myself pretty well, and so if that it appears that that's being picked up because I was messaged by Sean Kelly, who's like, "Hey, I'd like you to come to Vegas," and I'm like, "Oh shit!" And then
Oh yeah.
I reached out to James Coons, and he's been having me do multiple modern day debates, and he's asking me to come do stuff live, and I'm like, man, so like I think people are appreciating what I'm doing. At least I hope so. Or they appreciate me being on camera because maybe I have a tendency to bring new insights into discussions because not a lot of people know the math part, right? So they maybe talk more so from
Mm.
like referencing like experts or whatnot. That's what made, in my personal opinion, I think that that's what made the discussion with Donnie and Sam so funny. Is like I didn't have to bring any references. I calculated the clustering
Yeah.
simulation for them, and they're like they still don't care. It's like okay, I don't know.
Yeah, in fact it's so interesting hearing you frame it from that perspective because that's actually the thing that gives me a lot of uh hesitancy when I draw on like my understanding because I know I'm placing social trust in the research because I don't have this really, really nice grasp of the mathematics the way you do, where I can just sort of come across something new and even just look at like how the statistics has been modeled and figure out sort of like what's actually being said in terms of the raw data. It's like I'm always sort of unfortunately having to defer, at least with how I understand maths right now, to at times sort of the expertise of the people who are writing a paper.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah, and
I also think,
and
yeah,
that's
mm,
reasonable. I just keep in mind I do have quite a bit of experience. I have almost a decade of industry experience dealing with all kinds of crazy data sets and what algorithm are we going to apply or how do we nitpick at this data set or what can we do to make it more tractable and so the I have a lot of experience in like trying to actually apply algorithms as opposed to just reading about them, and so that that provides me a
mm,
fairly good, I think, help with that. And so what I'm saying is, it may take more time to get to the place of like being able to say with certainty how something works or doesn't work, you know.
oh yeah, yeah. So, like on that part of the reason I'm really interested in listening to what you've got to say is partly for the fact that you've got experience in this that I lack. I'm hoping that I'll learn something. One of the other facets, I guess, I've really enjoyed watching you uh, debate other people or seeing these little clips has also been, at least right now, it really seems to me, and correct me if I'm wrong in my interpretation, it really feels like you're not looking for gotchas the way you can see in, social media debates where, there's
Mm-hmm.
a killing blow that's landed by a really clever setup, right? Obviously, that
Mm-hmm.
plays to the algorithm really well. Whereas it really feels like you let people do that to themselves, but you're also not even looking to do that necessarily. It just happens that those are some of the audiences. And I think that's very,
Mm-hmm.
at least for me, refreshing to watch the way you try and go about understanding somebody else's argument, even if it's being made in bad faith, even if it's being made poorly, even if, there's intellectual shortcuts going on. It really feels like, and not in like some kind of like, a hyper intellectual way. It just feels like you're being a teacher in that, like, you're still open to this idea that, like, somebody's saying something to you that could be worth engaging with. Maybe you don't know a thing that they know, and so you engage with it critically and you engage with it, like, to understand it. And then it just so happens that if you do that with the amount of experience you've got in maths, you unfortunately are able to find where people aren't making good arguments.
Yeah. I try very hard to do that. I mean, if you attend enough of my live streams, you could find me on a bad day. I'm sure I'll be much more short with people, but in general, I do make a strong effort to try and do that, like trying to, even in the debate I just did, right? I was trying
Mm.
at the very start of it, right? I'm like, hey, I'm trying to understand this model with this D and this V. So I'm like, I really just want to know, like, what do you think those values should be, right? And so every time the conversation started being like, this person said this person said that, here's these 10 papers, have you read these papers? And I'd be like, hey, I'll just grant to you that I don't know anything and I'm an idiot, right? Tell me what the V and D should
Mm-mm.
be, right? And like I think they had trouble I don't think they had good handling of that because they didn't know what to do. They wanted it to result in just insults going back and forth, right? And I let it
Yeah.
go like that for an incredibly long time. And it wasn't until like halfway through the debate that I'm like, these people just literally know nothing. They have no idea. They displayed all these
Mm.
PCA images. They have no idea what the fuck PCA is. And I'm like, and that's so then I started laying into them. I'm like, you have no idea what these are. And like there's a whole
Mm.
section there where like he asks me what DNA is, like the actual name. What does DNA stand for? And I'm like, I don't know. And like the way in which
Oh, I love that.
I just casually say, I don't know
Yeah,
because I don't know. And then I'm like, can you say you
and that's
don't know what?
okay.
It's okay to not know. That's perfectly okay, right? He couldn't handle that because like I'm like, well, tell me what PCA is. I can't tell you what P. I'm never going to tell you what PCA is. I don't do quizzes. You
Yeah.
lost because you said you don't know. And it's like, is that what you think happens when I say I don't know? That you think that
Yeah,
you're
yeah,
at a
yeah, yeah.
loss? And it's like, oh, like I'm sorry, man. Like you just turn yourself into like a huge,
Mm.
clip mine, right? Like I have zillions of clips now. It's like I
Mm-mm-mm.
appreciate that. I do. So another thing I've noticed that I've been trying to look for things that differentiate my content from others. So something else I've been actively doing, and it's been kind of part of my videos, is I publish my mistakes. So like if I say something wrong or I don't say
Oh,
something
good. Mm.
perfect, like I don't mind not saying the right thing or like because sometimes you watch other people and they have all these clean cuts where it's like cut 20 times but all of their language is clear and consistent. Mine is a lot more like kind of jumbled. But I feel it provides much more of a conversation, right? Like you can see the raw math being done, and I think people like that. So
Mm. I think as well. So I really enjoy that because, like, I think it really demonstrates as well that, like, uh, that process doesn't stop once you are an expert. In fact, it continues. Um, like, actually, the reason why you can have people who are so expert in certain fields is because they have, whether intentional or not, right? Like, hopefully, the
mhm.
education system eventually teaches people to do this more consciously, but even unconsciously, a degree of reflection that allows you to go back at something you've said and find the mistake. So I had this last time I joined, and I mentioned a bunch of different studies, and one of the people in the discussion asked me about one of them. And I realized, unfortunately, that I had just completely got that study wrong. I had equated something else, another phenomena in psychology, with a thing, and I just hadn't caught that over however many months ago when I first saw that versus like when I thought I was recalling it. And unfortunately, that's how memory is, right? It's like not this
Yep.
perfect. I know exactly. Um, but like, and there's also as well even that. the little bit of like shame of like, ah, shit, I said this thing. But now I'm gonna look like I'm an idiot when I go, actually, this thing isn't right. But yeah, and I'd already left, but I made a conscious effort to make a comment to be like, actually, I can't find this thing, because I didn't want people like leaving thinking that like that was true. Um,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, like that sort of like obviously adds to the disinformation cycle that it sounds like you're trying to combat. And so it's very cool to at least know that you've also consciously started to try and do that. Because yeah, like I've spoken with like I said, I'm working with these two different professors, but I've like spoken with another one in another Discord channel, and they asked like what the work that I was doing with, because I'm doing some stuff with ZFC and Gödel's incompleteness theorem, and basically yeah, like said vaguely what the proposition of this idea that I was working on, and they just outwardly were just like, no, you can't have done that. If you show me your work, I'll show you where you're wrong. And I'm like, I don't care to. If that's your starting position, it's like I'd rather figure out how I'm wrong by myself, because I'm not overconfident to think that I'm probably not wrong. I would hope that there's been hundreds of smart people before me who've already thought through all these ideas before me. Um, but like also, if I'm toying with an idea, I think, hey, maybe there's a thing here, because intuitively it feels this way. When a professor comes back and just is like, no, you definitely haven't done this, I'm like, oh, well, that doesn't like make me want to talk to you at all. Whereas like the other two professors I'm working with, um, who I've had like really long conversations with, and uh, so far they haven't shown me where I'm wrong, which is really interesting. It's like they're not convinced I'm right either, to be very clear. Um, but it's been a far more like informative discussion to realize that there's certain facets that like I know a little bit better because I've encountered them more recently, or I've encountered them in the first place, and then other things that they're able to like lend insight to me where they say, this sounds like you're talking about this thing that I've got no idea about. It's a way more interesting way to engage with the field of math, at least from my perspective, than a syllabus that's like necessarily dictated to you. And obviously, that's a limitation of the education system as a whole.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
But
yeah,
I'll take up less of your time. It looks like somebody also wants to come in here as well. But I appreciate
yeah,
the
yeah.
insight
No,
into how you're doing things. Is super interesting to hear.
yeah, no. Thank you for being a fan and chatting with me. I appreciate it. Yeah.
Appreciate it too. I'm gonna keep listening.
All right. Yeah. Feel free to come back anytime. I'm trying to do this a few times a week, so hopefully lots of opportunities. Oh,
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
all right. Let me bring up Zeno.
Hey, what's up, Bobby?
Oh, hey Zeno, how's it going? You're
Good. How about you?
you're an admin, by the way. You can kind of pop up here. You don't have to request, but
Yeah, but like I don't know. I
I
feel
appreciate
like
it.
yeah, I don't want to abuse my um. What was I gonna say? Oh, good news about the university. I ended up finding a loan that uh accepted like my credit and all that. So we'll be going after all. So
Oh, that's very good. I'm glad to hear.
yes,
Mm.
yes. Oh yeah. So about that argument I was showing you, the Hegelian one. So I asked the guy, I'm like, hey, my mathematician buddy had these critiques. I kind of agree with him. What do you think? And he's like, oh, well, you guys just don't understand English. It's trivial. And I'm like, okay, see, this is where you're losing people, man. Like,
Yeah.
this is where you're losing people. Like, you're saying, okay, here's this definition. And he's like, yeah, but I'm only modulating the end of the word, so this should be obvious by basic English. He's like, did you not learn this, that in English? I'm like, this should have been. And I'm like, okay, look, the point is that you're trying to make an argument that could be symbolized and could be made much simpler. But
Mm-hmm.
you don't want to do it because you want to do this exact thing and call people stupid whenever they question your English or question why you're making these weird definitions. It's not an English problem. It's that you want to, get ego points and whatever. So I ended up I ended up kind of arguing with him about that, and he basically ended up saying, "Oh, well, you're going to be nobody. You know, this is why Spinoza is the best and philosopher, and he's still going to be talked about. And you're going to be, even if you discover something in mathematics today, you're still going to be nobody because all you scientists all just like don't know what you're talking about, and you're not as good as Euler." And I'm like, okay, look, if you actually knew I'm like, look, if you actually understood mathematics, you would understand that people like Terence Tao and then Euler, like, okay, yes, they're to a normal person, their work may seem drastically different. Like, oh yeah, Euler was just this, lone mathematician doing everything. But okay, look, few things. Back then, doing mathematics was way more difficult. Like, I probably wouldn't be able to do mathematics back then. You kind of had to be rich, have people teach you,
Mhm.
unless you're Gauss or something. And then it's like, at number two, Terrence Towell still like his work is still amazing. Like, just because it's newer and it's more niche and it's not as uh, it may not seem as like I don't know groundbreaking as someone like Euler that's discovering new like areas of mathematics. Doesn't mean Terence Towell's work is like some new just watered down version of Euler. Like no, like they're both respectable in their own ways. Anyway, so yeah, that was my little argument with him. But I ended up
Yeah.
still, I still like analytic philosophy. I still think it's the best way to do things. But yeah, I thought that was interesting. Um,
Mm.
I had a math question that I was talking about. Okay,
Oh,
so
sure.
I was watching the three blue, one brown videos, and
Okay.
he was deriving the chain rule, and he was like, okay, if we try to do this by looking at a graph, hold on, give me 1 second.
Hmm. Let me read
Okay,
some.
sorry about that.
Oh, hang
Oh
on.
yeah.
There's a question here. What got me into was learning the history behind the discoveries like Faraday, Popper, Planck, Dirac, Bohr. Yeah, I agree. The Faraday's office was turned into the Royal Institute, where they hold the Royal Institute talks. And if you haven't watched any of the Royal Institute talks, you have literally days of footage to entertain you on everything from neurobiology to physics. I think Sean Carroll has given like 3 presentations at the Royal Institute. Um, there have also been researchers. There was a woman, I forget her name, that gave a presentation on lasers and how they're trying to use lasers to create fusion reactions. Um, anyway, but it's an awesome thing to go look at if you haven't. Anyway, sorry, Zeno. What was your math
No, no,
question?
no. Don't. Okay, so yeah, he was deriving the chain rule, and what he used was like, okay, let's not look at the graphs too much. What he ended up using was like, yeah, what were they? I think they were like shapes or something. And it was basically saying like, okay, if you think of the dx as like a change in area or something, you can like, okay, this would be so much simpler if I had your setup where I could like show my notebook. Um, but like if you have a square and you have or like a rectangle and one side is one function and the other is another function, you can use like the
Mm.
his explanation kind of went fast for me. I don't know if I was missing something, but I was wondering if you could provide your own like way of deriving the chain rule that
Mm.
you like, or maybe yeah, I don't know.
A way of deriving the chain rule, not from the limit definition. Yeah, I'm sorry,
I mean,
I don't have a thought on like I don't have a nifty picture or simple way in my mind. I've always just thought of it as like one
mhm.
of the consequences of the limit, and that it's a little tricky. Um, I assume it's probably similar to the I don't know the explanation that was provided by 3B1 Brown, um, but there is a concept called a Riemann-Stieltjes integral, if I remember correctly, which is when you integrate a function with respect to another function. Later on, this developed into the concept of measure theory, but before that, it was just thought of in terms of like trying to measure a function in terms of another function. And that I know can be visualized three dimensionally. So you can make a three dimensional graph, and you can plot one of the functions, and then you can plot the other function, and if the other function is basically if they get intersected, you can then add up through the intersection of what they do, and get the integral of what it would look like to integrate
Mm,
one function with respect to another function. And so we normally integrate with respect to the x function, although we normally don't even think of it like that. We just put the little dx and we don't think about it. Um, but yeah, so I assume that that's probably what he did, was an explanation similar to that, and I would imagine that that's similar to the chain rule. Um, but I'd have to
sure.
work through it a little more. Yeah.
Makes sense. Makes sense. Yeah, I figured it was like some niche thing. So I mean, yeah. Uh, what was the other math thing that I was thinking about? You know that I think that was pretty much it. Oh yeah, there. I guess this is kind of math related. Okay, so it's also a philosophy thing, but like for the numbers, for example, usually in philosophy are taken to be like these necessary truths. Um,
Mm-hmm.
necessary usually means that it could not have failed to be. And usually, what some atheists will say in philosophy was like, okay, well, because necessary truths don't have to be explained other than just by the fact that they're necessary. I can use that and say, oh yeah, there's just this necessary thing at the beginning of the universe, and that's or
Mm-hmm.
as a first cause, whatever, and that can be kind of my uncommitted god or something. My question
Mm-hmm.
is like, okay, let's say three is necessary because of like piano axioms, whatever. Um, just because it's necessary, would you still say there's like some level of explanation there? Like, is there more fundamental necessary truths, such as like the piano axioms, the structure, or logic itself? Like, would you consider those more fundamental, quote unquote, than like three or something?
Um, well, certainly any axioms that I'm sorry, any statements we come up with that can be derived from simpler axioms, we would consider simpler. So this is why, for example, Peano's axioms were considered simple, but eventually we developed set theory, and it was demonstrated that you could use set theory and develop the arithmetic of the natural numbers from set theory alone. And so that has become more of the standard now, of like, oh well, math is really is really foundationally like ZFC, not Peano's axioms, right? Um,
Mhm.
so that's I guess that's kind of alluding to what you're saying, is they're simpler or whatever. In general, I always have a tendency to separate the abstract reasoning from the discussion about reality, because the abstract reasoning is, of course, where we make stuff up, right? And so when you make stuff up, there's no assurance that that made up stuff comports with the real world. So, like, if you say, oh, well, 3 plus 5 equals 8 is an absolutely true statement, cool. You can say that in the abstract model because you defined what the word true is and absolute and what a theorem is, and you picked the axioms and you did all the stuff, right? What you can't do is turn around and say, well, that's a truth about the real world, absolutely. because to say that is I think too strong. And the reason is because in the real world we see all kinds of stuff that just doesn't care what we invented. It doesn't care that we came up with this concept of arithmetic. It ignores us, right? And so I
Yep.
think it's a tall order when someone says, "Oh, there's necessary truths." I'd be like, "About the universe?" Because you'd have to give me an example of one. I don't know if there are any necessary truths, but more importantly, I don't even know if you'd be able to demonstrate that you found one, even if there was, right? Um, because I don't think you're going to get it from mathematics, not when, not when literally propositional logic, which we would probably consider necessary truths, is then violated by things like quantum mechanics, right?
Yeah, sure. So would you say something like an unmarried bachelor, like, would you consider that a necessary truth, or like a triangle necessarily has three sides? Like,
Um, sort of. Unfortunately, both of those are examples of definitions, not technically of theorems, right? Like you're telling me
yeah,
you've
right, yeah.
defined a bachelor to be an unmarried, man or whatever, and then you've defined a triangle to be a thing with three sides. So if you were to say, well, it's a theorem that a triangle is a thing with three sides, it's like, I don't think that that's a theorem because it had nothing to do with the axioms. You defined the word triangle to have some meaning. That's what you said. And so again, in the abstract world you can make up whatever you want, right? Now if the phrase, unmarried man had been axiomatically, from some other set of statements, and the phrase bachelor had been from some other axiomatic statements, and through the logic system alone, it arrived at the theorem, an unmarried man is a bachelor, right? Then you could say it's more than a definition because there's a proof that demonstrates this as a fact, right? Um, so that I think is a little bit more um, complicated, right? But again,
Right.
I would still just say like, well, even if you made that a theorem in some way, um, is that statement still true? In the singularity of a black hole, right? I don't know. Maybe, right?
Right.
And it just think of, and we can just think of like quantum mechanics, like we are told things always have a property or not a property. That appears to be the case, right? But then in quantum mechanics, we come across this situation where it's like things can be in two states at the same time, two opposite states at the same time. And this is just something our brain doesn't quite know how to process exactly. You can't have two opposite states. That's what the word opposite means, right? Like you can't be both a bachelor and not a bachelor at the same time. That's just not possible. Yet the universe does that and doesn't seem to care that we think in terms of this, absolute mindset, right?
Uh, okay. The quantum mechanics thing, and again, I just started my own like self study of quantum mechanics, so could be completely wrong. Um, but whenever I talk to Doctor Blitz about like, oh yeah, like quantum logic, all that stuff, uh, the logic behind that is still classical. Like you can have
Mm-hmm.
Bohmian, Everettian like approaches where um classical logic still holds. Spin up in X or spin down in X is true, but neither like disjunct has determinate truth values. Um
Well, I don't know. I'm not sure of the phrasing you're trying to put on that. If you introduce a new symbol in which the statements in propositional logic no longer have a binary value, they're no longer either true or false, then you have introduced new symbology that destroys the statements that were considered, theorems in propositional logic, right? So whether you
Right.
introduce new symbology or you introduce a new evaluation method or you introduce whatever, if it doesn't literally preserve the tautologies of propositional logic, then it is a new system that is rejecting the tautologies of propositional logic, right? And so, but for something like quantum logic, this is quite explicit, right? The statement, um, whatever the symbol it is they use for like measurement, right? When you put a statement in there, you don't know what the truth value is inside of it. And more importantly, you don't know if the truth value of it is true or false. It could be both or neither, right? Or you don't have a way to evaluate it. And specifically, the axiom that is rejected, or there's different ways of rejecting it, but the ones that I've seen are like, for example, the rejection of De Morgan's law. De Morgan's law is a tautology, right? When you reject that, you're rejecting that tautology. You're rejecting this theorem of propositional logic. It is not true in quantum logic, right? Now you could say, well, you're not being very precise because not true means that the evaluation of the propositional statement couldn't be figured out because it's currently in the unmeasured state or whatever. And it's like, sure, we can get into the specifics of it, but at the end of the day, De Morgan's law is not a theorem of quantum logic, and it will never be a theorem of quantum logic. Now, how do we manipulate the symbols when we're trying to talk about the axioms of quantum logic, the meta logic that's analyzing the quantum logic? Yes, that is with respect to the normal logic that we think about, right? And kind of because we don't really know any other way to talk about how to do theorems and stuff. I mean, if you tell me I have no ability to derive theorems and I have no mechanisms to help me do that, then I'm going to be in a bit of a pickle, because it means I can't write my quantum logic book,
Right.
right? So
Yeah.
so we're kind of we don't really have any other way to talk about those things. Oh,
Oh.
why is Instagram or TikTok all mad at me? Did I not move my face enough or something? There's literally someone in
What's
the
it saying?
chat. Oh, it popped up with a thing of like, solve this puzzle so we know that you're still there. And I'm like,
Mm,
so,
makes sense. Yeah, I guess so that you don't like steal somebody else's life. Yeah.
is that common? People do that?
I mean, well, no, I just imagine like a scenario where somebody's streaming, like, I don't know, and like somebody keeps a stream on while they're asleep and they just upload it to TikTok. I don't know. I haven't seen it, probably
I,
for that reason, but like, yeah.
TikTok is so like they have all these little
Chinese.
pieces and things and like little hearts and emojis, and they check like, are you still streaming, are you not streaming, did people heart you, do people like this, did people, and it's like this it's really really complicated, um so
Yeah.
but yeah, anyway, that's TikTok is its own thing. Um,
They need that
yeah,
algorithm to make sure people stay hooked.
isn't that a contentious interpretation of quantum mechanics? What I was talking about was quantum information theory. Um, so quantum information theory is interested in just trying to reduce quantum mechanics down to binary values, right? And in doing so, it has superposition of binary values, and so that makes it easiest to understand is there's superposition of binary values. Um, if you want like the full quantum mechanical experience, then you got to go ask a physicist that knows the quantum mechanic experience part. But as far as the quantum information part, right, I can tell you all about how quantum computers work, why they work the way that they do, how do we do calculations with them, what is the logic behind it. We can go through that in as much detail as you'd like, but so I don't think it's really contentious. It is certainly a fact that when you have a single qubit and it's in a superposition, it is in a position of two opposite binary values, and it isn't that you don't know what they are, right? That's not that if it turned out that all the qubits were just we didn't know what the values were, then a quantum computer would behave equivalent to a classical computer. It would be identical to one, right? So it's more than that. So I can't tell you what it is. But I can show you the math. We write the math as it's a vector, right? It's a vector in 2 dimensions, with values assigned to each of the two sides. Right? Oh, I'm sorry, Funky Monkey. Maybe Funky Monkey wanted to come up and chat about ZFC a little
Oh, sure,
more.
yeah.
Yeah, hey man.
Yo, yeah. It was just really interesting hearing you. Early on, I was trying to even wrap my head around what you were talking about, Zeno, and then I've realized like it's very much tied to the stuff I'm exploring actually at the moment. So I just wanted to say, I think like
Nice.
like Bobby was saying, like start with ZFC. It's really, oh man, it's such a good rabbit hole if you've got the time and you're interested in it. Yeah, like I said, like I'm coming from philosophy, so this actually for me makes a lot of intuitive sense in a way that in with the mathematicians I'm speaking to about it, we differ quite deeply on some of those axioms, which is really interesting. So that's its own, I guess, like interesting debate. But like, yeah, going into the philosophy of like what numbers are, and so like Bobby mentioned, like you can derive the set of numbers from like traditional set theory, for example, which is founded on ZFC, but also like there are like professors out there who very and certainly against the grain, but strongly contend against even the idea of like real numbers. It is the deeper you go, the less clear it is, unfortunately. But it's very interesting philosophy, and it's very yeah. The stuff I'm particularly interested in really is just sort of like the usefulness of whatever mathematical system we set up in how it describes reality. Like that's particularly the idea that I'm very interested in, which is that for me it seems like there's certain facets of how ZFC actually like explicitly prohibits our ability to describe all of physics. Like I think that's like something that's like tied to the axioms themselves, but that's the thing that I have to like figure out and work out. And if that's true, it's like, is it that it's one or a couple of the axioms cause that problem, or is it a byproduct of the whole thing itself? And so like Gödel's incompleteness theorem is a really interesting like microcosm of the fact that people have explored similar ideas previously, right? He was able to basically say, yeah, if you're doing anything with Robinson arithmetic, basically it'll never be done. And ZFC like is a form of that technically. And so that sort of like betrays that mathematics potentially has a limitation, like in what most of it is for its ability to represent the real world potentially. But it's not to say that there aren't people working on it either, which is really interesting.
Yeah, sure. I think what I'm trying to get at, because I mean, yeah, like I agree. The ZFC stuff is pretty interesting. I guess what I'm just trying to get at is it's from a like a ontology perspective. Like, okay, if and I guess Bobby, the only thing I would say about your like black hole thing, usually physicists that I talk to hold to some kind of like priority monism, which is like, okay, we can, yeah, well, I can agree with you that, who knows if classical logic will completely hold inside a black hole or something. But we know that like it'll probably be something like, and by saying it's something, okay, well we've established one area, or sorry, one law of classical logic, and it just makes, from the evidence we have, it makes sense that, this statement about general relativity or whatever, about this singularity, it'll probably be something within logic. So we can know that things will be made up of at least properties. So then start to make we can start to make inferences about like maybe the whole, and that's where I kind of was asking about like more fundamental truths. Like, okay, maybe ZFC is a more fundamental. Like, if I have a theory of the numbers and it's just one fundamental truth, and it can be like super ZFC or something. Like, I don't know, just entertain that idea right quick. Like super ZFC, it explains everything. It explains all the numbers. And then you have normal ZFC. Well, then if super ZFC is leaner than ZFC and it has more explanation, then I think for parsimony we ought to take the former. And I guess that's what the God thing is trying to do. It's trying to get at this ultimate necessary truth that explains everything. Um, but I'm being very hand wavy with things there because I haven't done the contingency argument in a while, so I'm being very hand wavy. But yeah, that's kind of what I was bringing that whole thing up for.
Gotcha. Yeah, I just feel like typically people are taking a position of just not wanting to say that they don't know, right? Um, and so I like there's plenty of things we don't know. We don't know how everything came about in the universe. We don't know like what where did the Big Bang come from? If it came from anywhere, was it an inevitability? Was it we don't know any of these things, right? Um, but I feel like a lot of religious people, you know, uh, they get upset at that, and um, they want to guarantee some reason for something.
Did
So I think,
he just cut out for me? Or
oh,
No, I can still
sorry, did I
I can
cut
still
out?
hear you.
no, that was
Not
my
for
end.
me.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Um,
Anyway, yeah, that's
were
just
you were you
my
done?
opinion, though. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, no, I can agree with you that of course we don't know everything, but I mean, I think the only thing we can know is probably that we exist. That's probably one thing, or at least that I exist. But
Sure.
yeah, I mean, of course, if you have a defeater for that type of knowledge, then of course, yeah, like you just have different metaphysics than me, and that it's not really going to be well, I'm going to
Well,
convince you with my metaphysics, and you're going to convince me with, or go ahead.
no, no, no. I just if I mean, if you're claiming to have some type of absolute knowledge, like I exist, right? It'd be like, oh, okay, well, I could grant that one, right? And then I would just ask you, do you have another piece of knowledge, right? Because like if you define a word like absolute knowledge or something, and it turns out that it really is just like these three statements, like I exist, and you know, uh, dogs are friends or something. I don't know. Doesn't really matter. Then you've effectively defined the word absolute truth as those statements. So like, and I even had a discussion with someone that did that a long time ago, where they said, "Oh, well, there is an absolute truth. I exist as an absolute truth." And I'm like, "Okay, fine. Can you give me another absolute truth?" And there's the issue there is that there seems to be a there seems to be a thought that if you can state a single absolute truth, it then validates the very concept of absolute truths. And that isn't really true. If you can only give me one absolute truth, then all you've done is you've defined a single all you've done is define the word absolute truth for this one special sentence, right? Unless you can tell me how to calculate absolute truths or present general statements of absolute truths, there is no theory of absolute truths. It's just a referent to one particular sentence or maybe two, and there isn't anything more to it, right? And so I don't think defining absolute truths or being able to produce absolute truths is ever going to lead anywhere. Is I guess what I'm saying.
Yeah, and this is where. Oh, sorry. Did you have more?
Just for
Oh, sorry.
fortunate one.
Yeah.
We're all kind of having a general conversation anyway. And normally I was trying to do a one-on-one, but there doesn't seem to be anyone that wants to do like a direct debate or anything. So yeah.
Oh, we can debate right now. No, I'm just kidding.
I'm not looking to fight.
We do this right now. Let's put on the gloves, Bobby. Let's argue about God. No, I'm just kidding. So this is where I would have to like go and blow the dust off like Kant and blow the dust off like some epistemology people. But I guess my intuition wants to say there is that, well, okay, yes, we can say that we exist. We can also probably say the law of non-contradiction holds as an absolute truth. And I mean, yes, of course, all experience, empirical or a priori, is going to have to be through like our experience. Like we can't have you can have knowledge a priori, that's fine. You can have empirical knowledge, but both of them have to be filtered through like the brain, of course, like our experience. So I guess I guess that's of some importance. I mean, it is pretty true that we exist. It's pretty true that we can't exist and not exist. So I mean, I don't know. That's where you can kind of start constructing some logic truths a priori, and then I mean, of course, beyond that, I would have to, like I said, blow the dust off my like epistemology people and read them. But to be honest, it's pretty boring to read through them because what's it called? So I probably just need to ask my professors about epistemology, because that epistemology is the one thing that I need to actually I need to read more about. But I've only been doing philosophy for a few months, so. But this is why I like talking to you, because you intuit a lot of like Humean. You intuit a lot of you intuit a lot of I don't know. Have you ever read Hume?
No, I've never read Hume. I haven't read my.
It's very easy. He's very easy to read. You could probably even like listen to an audiobook of his, but I think you would seriously like Hume. Like, I don't know, if you're ever bored one day and you just want something to listen to on a drive or something, just look up like Hume, an inquiry on human understanding, and I think you'll find a lot of his stuff like super good. And I'll help you in philosophy debates for sure, because he's still talked about today, even in modern philosophy. But he basically holds your positions like, look, we can't know, or like if it's not empirical, I don't care about it. Like, don't give me these abstractions, don't give me these, like, give me stuff that I can know. And then that's where Kant comes along and says, well, actually everything you know has to be, through your own experience. So then that brings more epistemology. And then Hegel comes along and says, like, oh yeah, you can't know anything. You can't know anything without like some system. I forgot. I don't want to butcher anything else, so I'll just stop there. But yeah, Hume's good. And you?
When was Hume? Isn't that like several hundred years ago, or?
Yeah, the
Oh, yeah.
Enlightenment.
Yeah, that man is old.
Enlightenment era.
He was very, very ahead of his time. Like, that is one of my favorite philosophers.
Gotcha.
Zeno,
what's up?
sorry, I just had one very quick question, and I don't want to cut you up there, Fortunato. I was just curious, how much, if at all, you conceptualize of like maths or language basically as like our constructed interface for dealing with reality. Like, is that something
Oh,
that sounds
nominalism.
akin to? Is that?
Y-
Let me check what nominalism is just before I go. Yes, that's exactly what I mean.
Yeah,
Or
yeah, sure.
define that. I guess how you're using it as well for me.
So nominalism, whenever I talked to this atheist philosopher, Graham Oppie, what he described it as was like, okay, look, numbers are these things that humans came up with. You know, we saw patterns, we wanted to quantify certain things. Back whenever we were trading food or something, you know, you give me one cow, I give
Mm.
you, I don't know, 5 pieces of wheat. And nominalism is just this idea that it, it's just our way
We
of
just have
constructing pattern.
labels.
Right.
Yeah,
We just
yeah.
have
Okay.
yeah. This is just
Yeah.
the language to describe the world around us.
Have you explored nominalism in the framework of like neuroscience and psychology in any way, or is it more just something you've engaged with purely from like a philosophical perspective?
Well, I do physics and math at university, and I don't know, I kind of
Yeah.
consider myself a math nerd. So I mean, really just the mathematical and philosophical perspective, not any of the
Okay. Cool.
psychological.
Yeah, because I was gonna say like obviously I'm probably the odd one out here in terms of like where I'm coming from, whereas you guys all seem to very much be in the maths and physics sides of things. Um, but yeah, the way you're talking about it, and feel free to ignore me entirely. I think you'd probably really enjoy understanding uh, how bad our brains are, like catastrophically bad our brains are in terms of the way we think we construct our
Well,
knowledge.
so
Um,
yeah,
mm,
so the only I will push back on that and say like, okay, the only problem with that, I can agree that you're yes, the brain can be very bad at some things, but if you say they're so bad to the point that you can't know like a lot of things, well, then how do you know that the brain's bad at something? What if your brain is just you know, like making you think that or something? What if our brains are actually very good and your brain in your eyes is so bad that it makes you think it's bad? And so you have to be a little, you have to have some like certainty about how good and how you
well,
can construct truth.
and maybe you'll disagree with me, Bobby, my perspective has been the more I speak to experts, the more, and this is something that I felt, the more
So
I've
not
also
me.
like
No, I'm
learned
just kidding.
things.
I'm just kidding.
Well, no. Like, you're obviously still like in the middle of your education, right?
Yes,
Like,
yes,
that's not
yes.
something
No,
that
no,
like,
I'm pulling your
and
leg. Yeah.
and that's not to say that you're not going to get there, because this is something that like Terence Tao speaks about a little bit as well. But there's almost like this level of moving beyond rigor into like this acceptance that like actually things are way fuzzier than we're sort of led to believe when we're learning about them. Um, and so there's this weird thing of like when we're learning things for the first time, the world becomes clearer and clearer and clearer. But then there's a point at which you move beyond that into then, are we trying to approximate the world, whether that's with language or with numbers or through data gathering? Um, and it becomes clear that like that is just like an ongoing process where we keep uncovering the fact that like the systems we really have are just not good in any like coherent way for how we describe the world other in their approximation, right? There's no like I have this perfect system that lines up perfectly with reality. And that's more what I was trying to get at in terms of like, okay, like our brains really like to find patterns. It's cool to know that nominalism exists as a philosophical like strand from that. Um, but more so like that being the case doesn't necessarily mean that like the way any system we can possibly construct, it doesn't guarantee that any of them are actually capable of like aligning with reality perfectly.
Yeah. So look, like I can agree that Well, okay. Well, for one, as far as nominalism goes, I don't know. Bobby's not as much into philosophy of mathematics, I don't think. But I remember one time I asked Bobby about like, oh, how come? It's pretty crazy how from a few simple like axioms or from a few simple like I don't know theorems we can have these insanely weird areas of mathematics that seem to like connect with each other. Like whenever he taught me that number theory and analysis is actually connected, I was like blown away by that. And I don't know, to me that signals that it's more discovered than anything. So you know, there's some pushback I'd give to the nominalist view there and be like, okay, well, first off, can you explain these? Second off, while I agree, yes, we have like cognitive biases, all these things. As far as a priori truths are concerned, like I don't think any mathematician's going to be like, wait, am I using confirmation bias whenever I say 2 + 2 is 4? Like I just don't think they're in the same like I don't know, and I'm not a brain person, so I just don't think they're in like the same like area of like thinking. If you're uncertain about how you can get certain truths, well then you have to be certain that you're uncertain, and then you just kind of get this circularity. So that's why I say like, okay, yes, I agree with you that you know we're skeptical as to how things can comport with reality, but if we want to say that, we have to be certain that we have to be certain that we're uncertain about things and how they comport to reality. So I would say like, look, there's the cognition or like your experience that you can be certain of. There is there is your experience like that. I'm seeing red. Like you could probably be fairly no, you can be certain of that. Like you could say, "Oh, but it appears to me that it appears to me that it appears to me that I'm seeing red." Well, I don't care how many appears to me you add. You are seeing red. There's the dot. And then I don't know. The last thing I would say is like, okay, simple analytic truths just by definition, like 2 + 2 = 4. You can make that a priori. Like you can know a priori and you can know a priori that 2 + 2 = 4. Just like you don't need to go out and test it. You can just make the definitions in your head and be certain that you're experiencing the definitions and blah 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 blah. I don't know what the arguments for 2 + 2 = 4 is not a truth you can be certain of. I don't know those arguments because it's rarely discussed in philosophy. Usually those things are agreed upon. But yeah,
Hmm.
Yeah, I'll leave you with one fun little study then, I think, as well to like maybe hopefully give you something if you want to dig into it deeper, but I'll also take up no more time. What they looked at is they looked at people whose corpus callosum had been severed. Basically, their brain, their hemispheres weren't speaking to each other. And they show them two images to their two different eyes. So right eye sees one image, left eye sees a different image. And then they're asked to pick out a specific object with each hand that relates to the image that they see. And so they'll pick out one object with their right hand that corresponds with what their left eye sees. They pick out an object with their left hand that corresponds with what their right eye sees because they cross. And then they're asked to justify why they picked out those specific items. And the facet of speech is only in one of the hemispheres in the brain. It's not in both. And there's like no doubt in the reasoning that participants use, where they say, I picked out this object because it's tied to this image that that side of the brain was looking at. And then there are other objects that isn't communicating with that part of the brain that their speech is doing, and their other hand and their other eye, like picked out the object for. They just come up with a completely made up reason for how it connects to the opposite image. I'll see if I can find the specific study as well if you want to look into it. But like purely convinced, everybody when they're talking about it is like 100% convinced that that's exactly why they picked it out. Even though the part of the brain that saw that image that dictated what object picked isn't the part of the brain that's doing the speech, right? And it's so interesting the way that like we think we know how our brains work, and you know, for lack of a better, you know, I think you're 100% right. Like we should treat it like they do, but we also have like really clear data that unfortunately also makes it very clear that like our brains just like to find patterns, even when they're finding patterns that like we objectively know are untrue based on the brain's own perception. And
Well,
that's like
yeah, sure.
really, really messy.
Sure. So, like, like last thing, I guess, what I would say when it comes to that is like, yeah, look, you can tell me that the neurons, whenever they perceive some data, like there's going to be some, there's going to be some things going on there. But what I'm concerned about is a priori knowledge. You know, put me in a room, blind, I can't hear anything. Uh, all I know is that like I'm alive or something, and that I don't know, I was kidnapped. What can I know? What can I know from the armchair? You know, not doing any sort of experiment, not doing any sort of thing. Like just meditate, assume no knowledge about anything. Like I have no clue what's going on. Okay, well, from there, like from there, we can know. Okay, there's some experience going on here. Because if there's not, well, then I'm making I'm making a statement through experience to say that there is no experience. Okay, so I know that I exist. Okay, and well, if you tell me yes, well, actually, it appears to you that you're existing. It appear okay, but there's still a me there that's being deceived. So even if there is, like, it's the classic Cartesian demon. Even if there is some deceiver or some guy playing tricks with me with my brain, there's still a me that's being deceived. Like I can't get away from it. And of course, like we can do these tricks with the neurons, and you can do these things, and yes, but again, like it's just a different type of knowledge than a priori truths. Like again, just tied up in a chair, like no knowledge available to you whatsoever, besides the fact that I don't know, you're alive. Like you feel yourself breathing or something. I don't know. Those are the
Mm.
truths philosophers are usually concerned about.
I guess I have one clarifying question. So obviously, like you're very concerned with a priori. 2 plus 2 being 4 being an example. Do you think that 2 plus 2 equals 4 is something that like exists in reality?
Like, do you mean like something physical? Then no. But if you mean like some abstract, like yes, I'm a mathematical Platonist. Like yes, I
Yeah,
think
so in a nominalistic sense, you could use 2 plus 2 equals 4 to accurately represent some facet or multiple facets of reality. Then,
yes, yes, you can
okay,
it's a representation. Yes.
cool.
Well, how do you know 2 plus 2 equals 4 is like a, I guess a Platonic truth? Like how would you show that?
Oh, yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna say like God, but there's a there's a lot of work to be
Valid.
there's a lot of work to be done there.
Gotcha.
No, there probably is some good argument for mathematical Platonism. I
Mhm.
just I've never gotten asked to like demonstrate it, but it is something that I should know. Yes, but like my intuition says, like yeah,
Mhm.
like I don't know, God.
The
They're truths that originate from this necessary truth, God, and look like
mhm.
I don't know,
so
something
the
along
thing
those lines.
so the things that come to my mind are that the attempt to create a logical system that can do all of arithmetic, and in that system it can express 2 plus 2 equals 4. You might consider that level, right? But of course, what happens?
Turtle.
It breaks, yeah, right? Because the first thing that Gödel demonstrated was that you can't prove arithmetic is consistent. So it is true that 2 plus 2 equals 4 is a theorem of Peano's axioms, But it could also be the case that 2 plus 2 doesn't equal 4 is also a theorem of Peano's axioms. And Gödel demonstrated that you'll never be able to tell me that the second one isn't also a theorem. You'll never be able to know it's consistent, right? Gödel then went on to do his incompleteness, which is that if you assume consistency, then it must necessarily be incomplete. There will guarantee be some statement that can't be proven, but is still true about arithmetic, right? So the second part is a lot more people know about because it's the incompleteness part. But the first statement,
It's the fun one.
yeah, the first statement is very strikingly hard to wrap our minds around because we believe arithmetic is consistent. We think it's consistent. It appears to be consistent with how we comport ourselves, right? But like if you asked me how do I demonstrate 2 plus 2 equals 4, right? Well, I guess I should say, just to reiterate, we can demonstrate 2 plus 2 equals 4. What we can't do is demonstrate that 2 plus 2 doesn't equal 4 isn't also true, right? And that is just a weird thing to think that we have this limitation in even arithmetic itself in our own abstract reasoning trying to make arithmetic be a Platonic thing. Like we're limited in our ability to even try and make it a Platonic thing, right? We can't even do it successfully in the abstract, right? And that's not even getting into quantum mechanics, right? That's just what we're incapable of doing, of being allowed all the definitions in the world you want to try to make arithmetic and turn it into like Platonic truths. We seem to not even have the
Yeah.
ability to do that correctly, right?
Yeah. So, I could be wrong, and I don't know. Maybe you want to look it up, but I'm pretty sure Gödel was like a pretty diehard Platonist.
Oh,
And
he may
like
have been.
I remember, I remember reading something about like the incompleteness not like having an effect on that, so something along those lines. But I guess I don't know. What I would say there is kind of what I was alluding to earlier, which is that um like okay, look, there's yes, our arithmetic may be some like stripped down version of
Mm-hmm.
what I'm talking about, like in this abstract Platonic realm. Um, but the point is that there's more fundamental truths about arithmetic that I can point to. Why would I not then think there's some even more fundamental truth than what we can know? Like I don't know, than what we've constructed. In this case, that's why I said the God thing. But I don't know. Maybe Gödel has like a way better argument than me there for for Platonism. But I do remember seeing that he is a Platonist himself. So yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah. Peep,
Did
peep.
a
Sorry,
quick check
I
on
can't
that.
really.
Yeah, I just
Yeah, I did a quick check on that. It says he's a mathematical Platonist, which I don't think that necessarily means that aligns with his belief that like arithmetic systems are Platonists.
No, not
Uh,
not that, not that. Okay. The reason I brought that up is because they're not saying like, oh yeah, numbers are these ultimate fundamental truths. No, what they're saying is like, there's uh, how can I explain this? There's like, okay, whenever you have the numbers, you have like more fundamental truths. The Peano axioms, those aren't numbers themselves. And then you have like, okay, classical logic, whatever. And the Platonist is trying to say that, look, there exist these more fundamental truths, even more than what we know right now. And then there's this realm of just like pure truth or something. I don't know. Like, again, I'm not
The,
giving the best argument
well,
the,
that's
right
the
now.
issue I take with this kind of perspective is like, to me, what's the role of knowledge here? Because to me, like, knowledge is to understand the world around us, and reality probably is a good video, but reality is just reality, and the abstract's the abstract. To me, it seems weird to try and bridge this abstract concept of mathematics into something more fundamentally true than like what reality actually is, which is just a bunch of stuff. I don't know. Maybe Bobby can
Oh,
explain
well,
that better.
I will say the reason for it is like I don't know. There could be the founders of calculus, for example, like they were pretty certain about like this whole God thing, and I don't know. It did play into their way of their method of like I don't know discovering things. So there's some potential benefits. Like oh, okay, I believe there's this realm where things are like I don't know where things are like just perfect, and I don't know maybe I can access that somehow versus your views if you know you believe everything's just patterns or something. I don't know. The point is there's some like you get some commitments that you know you'll like and that others will dislike, and you can use that appropriately to form your views on I don't know science or something. I don't know.
Yeah, the only thing I wanted to say was I try to separate the ideas that someone has, just to be careful of that. Like, it's like in the when I was doing the debate with Donnie and Sam, and they're like, the gene gun is very important, and Dr. Greg's like, oh yeah, the gene gun's very important, and it's like, but that was invented by a creationist, so do you think that that is no longer a viable item? And it's like, well, no, right? Like that's not how we reason with stuff, I guess. So like the I guess all I'm saying is I don't know if it means much to worry about whether or not Gödel was a Platonist or not, as a understanding of what it is that he showed in his incompleteness theorems, right? Um, the yeah, just to point out, right? I mean, Gödel didn't he starved himself to death. He was also like he ran from Germany, right? And he thought they were trying to kill him his whole life. I don't know. There were a lot of other issues going on over there. His best friend was Einstein. So
Yeah, yeah. Well,
Serious problem.
the only thing I was bringing that up for is like okay, look, if Gödel's incompleteness is a defeater to like Platonism, then you know it kind of I don't think he'd like shoot himself in the foot and hold like two contrary views or something. So that's the only reason I brought that up. And then as the Leibniz thing is like, oh look, you know, I think it's cool that their metaphysics played into how they thought about the world, and you know, there's I'm not saying that that is the way everybody should. Well, you know, as a Christian, I'd hope everybody does that, but like obviously not everybody is going to. So I'm not saying, you know, like oh yeah, if you're an empiricist or something, there's your view of the world is horrible. No, no, no. I'm not saying any of that. I'm just saying it is interesting. You know, I like at least personally seeing how their metaphysical commitments played into their discovering of things. Whether it actually did or didn't, who knows. But I think it's interesting to say the least.
mm-mm.
And same with empiricists, right? Like I admire empiricists, like how they believe that what we can know is only that which is empirical. That there's some admiration there too.
I have a
Yeah.
question. Oh,
Oh,
sorry. I didn't mean
I just wanted to
I,
point
I
out.
was just go
Oh,
ahead. Go ahead.
if you do want to have the discussion of numbers being somehow Platonic, and you want to step outside of something like Gödel's incompleteness theorem, the only way for you to do it is to address the presentation of the axioms. So, like, Peano presents a set of axioms that defines arithmetic. In most, I should say, this is nearly universal amongst mathematicians. When they read through those axioms, they say, this is exactly intuitively aligned with what I would consider to be perfectly describing all of possible arithmetic. And so to go against that would mean to present different axioms and then convince people that these other axioms are a better description of how arithmetic should behave, right? And that's really what's required if you want to actually turn arithmetic Platonic. Is you have to present new axioms, which probably would be incredibly difficult, if not impossible, right? And then you need to have a discuss. You need to convince people that those are actually a better description of what we think arithmetic should be like in our minds, right? Um,
Mm.
and so that's very difficult to do, right? Because when anyone, I mean, any mathematician, right, if they sit down and they go through the rigorousness of Peano's arithmetic, they typically walk away going, wow, that's like the most simple, clean way you could define how we should create the natural numbers and do arithmetic with the natural numbers. It's hard to imagine any other way for us to be able to do it, and it proves all these theorems that we hold near and dear to our heart, right? Like if you give me an arithmetic system and it doesn't give me the, you know, that the sum of even numbers is even numbers, like I can't even prove that from them, then I'd probably consider your arithmetic system to be quite inferior, because I can't even prove these very simple things that we should know, right? Um,
Right. Interesting. Interesting.
yeah.
Huh.
Something that always leaves me puzzled about Platonism is what you decide is the true like realm of understanding that we're accessing. Like why specifically with mathematics it seems that you find mathematics is platonic, platonically real I should say. Like what is it about mathematics that makes you drives you to basically elevate it above like any other abstract rule system?
I got a question. What is Platonic?
um,
Uh,
Plato,
so
famous philosopher. I'll let you do mine.
oh, sure, sure. So Plato was a guy that lived way back when, during the time of the Greeks. He was Greek, right? And he had an idea that certain concepts we talk about actually exist apart from us, right? Like they're not just in our head; they're things in some abstract way. And so these have been called or coined Platonic solids or Platonic objects or whatever. And so when you make a certain statement like 2 plus 2 equals 4, some people refer back to that philosophy and they say, oh, 2 plus 2 equals 4 really exists as a thing. Like you think of it like an object or whatever, right? Where does it exist? You know, those are all questions to think about or uh, discuss or whatnot. Um, I don't know the consensus on modern philosophy. Don't aren't like most modern philosophers? They don't think Platon like. I don't know if any modern philosopher accepts any type of Platonic stuff, but someone would have to tell me.
So there's like full on Platonism, which like nobody like uppercase P Platonism, which nobody holds that nowadays. But the lowercase p mathematical Platonism, they usually it's the Christian or the religious the theist that holds a mathematical Platonism. There's some others, like usually moral realists are also mathematical Platonists. I know allegedly Ian is one. Some of his professors are mathematical Platonists. So there's a good consensus. The type of thing that nobody is a full on Platonist, which is like, uh, which I think is the argument that these things actually exist somewhere. They're like, I don't know, it's some other like dimension or something. Who knows? I don't know Platonism uppercase like that, but mathematical Platonism, yes. The majority are probably nominalists though.
But my question was, why that the math system that you think that as a mathematical Platonist, you think there's some beyond realness to math, and I'm just wondering why specifically math in this kind of capacity versus any other abstract rule system, because that's kind of what math is to me, is just some rules in place and the things that follow, or axioms, things that follow from them, etc. So why are these specific rules the most real thing, let's say?
Well, okay. I think the original way of thinking this was like, okay, if you think of a triangle, and if you think of a triangle, every thought you have of that triangle is going to be in a defect in some way, some kind of it's going to be some kind of flawed version of that triangle. So if you zoom in on a graph of this triangle, eventually you're going to get a straight line, which has which is, according to Plato, some kind of offshoots of the actual triangle. Now there exists like this perfect, unimaginable triangle with no other defects. Like, I don't know. It's hard to imagine. It's like the cave, this famous cave allegory. And what the modern Platonist says is, what he's getting at is something real there. Like, I don't think any modern Platonist holds to that serious of a view, but the modern Platonist is like, well, Plato was getting to something real there. There's some realm where these things are perfected, and we're measuring them we're measuring them with this knowledge that there's some greater, I don't know, more perfect version of it. Like, I don't know, you could always approximate pi better. There's some I don't know, perfect version of pi or something. I don't know, there just exists. Mathematics is the one system that seems to give us hints that there's something more out there, that there's a more perfected version of it. um at least whenever I do calculations or something, that's what it seems like to me. Or I don't know, there's more elegant proofs of doing something. I don't know. So I guess that's what the Platonist holds to, that there's just these truths that are being discovered. They do actually exist. How they exist, I'm not sure, but I think that's typically what they'll say.
I guess I don't know. To the pi example, kind of rubs me the wrong way, because you can just do base pi, and all of a sudden pi is not really needed to be approximated. You know what I mean? So I don't know. To me,
Yeah,
it's
sorry, probably was a bad example. It's just I'm texting three people because I got a
yeah, no problem.
yeah.
I
Sorry, so I'm being very hand wavy with everything. I'm also on no sleep. Excuses, I know, but sorry.
No worries.
yeah, sure.
Yeah, I got another question. My bad.
Yeah.
Yo, so how do we know if in fact we answer these questions? Like when our questions are answered. Like for example, even the question I just asked. I would know if I have a quote unquote answer if someone I guess replies with I don't know, some joint that is not a question and that addresses constraints of the question or the pillars of it syntactically, versus these questions we have about what it is where it's not a universal truth. Are there set criterion for quote unquote universal truth that we just need to point to and joint? You feel me?
I think most believers in universal truths or absolute truths, I don't think they'd be able to give you an answer on that, because that's one of the elusive parts of the universal truth concept is, um, it you can't give any proper descriptions of it, or give any examples of it, right? At least that's my position. I don't know. Like earlier we said, I exist as a universal truth, right? But can't give me any other examples, I guess, or we could count the number of examples we might be able to come up with.
Yeah, how do we know if it is in fact that? One can assert that, but then the the actual verifiability of it or verifiability criterion is since the interlocutor or whoever said that, they didn't specify it. So it's like, well, how I'm gonna like, you feel like, you know what I'm saying? Like, how do I know if in fact I satisfied the criteria, like what they're requesting? How do they know when it's satisfied?
Yeah, well, it sounds like you're getting into the meat and potatoes of just communication, right? Human beings communicate, and it's not there isn't a guaranteed method of communication or a guaranteed requirement of communication. I make up terms. I have something in my head that I'm trying to tell you. You hear my terms. You maybe don't think the same thing as me. I don't know, but then we like duke it out for a while, going back and forth with words, and at some point it's like, oh, we're on the same page, right? And so that happens repeatedly, right? And so, like, for example, if you were to take a math class and it's your first, proof theory class or whatnot, and they go, okay, we're gonna talk about a set, right? And then you ask your teacher, okay, yeah, but what is a set? And they go, well, a set is when you have a bunch of stuff together in like one object, right? So we'll call the set is a collection of things. You put the things in it, and it's like it's a thing with it's a set. A set is a collection of things, right? And you're like, okay, but what's a thing? And they're like, well, a thing can be whatever whatever thing we want to talk about. It could be numbers, it could be other sets, it could be whatever, right? And the point is that we would go back and forth for a while, right? And that would be how one is instructed on what a set is just through the discussion and the analogies and examples that might make that understanding make sense, right? If you go into a graduate level class, like set theory or something, or you're going to go study ZFC, and you pop open like one of these books, what do they say? They go, well, definitions are inevitably circular, so there's no point in trying. So we will just define a set to be a collection of objects or a collection of elements, and we'll define an element to be a member of a set. And we won't further discuss any questions and answers, right? The end result of questions and answers is simply for you and me to believe that we've communicated our concepts to each other, right? At the end of the day, though, the words we use may or may not have had any meaning. They only have meaning up to how we felt they were in helping us communicate what it is that we had in our heads, right? And so, in some sense, that's kind of similar. Like, what level do we want to go at? Are we at the level of just trying to communicate with each other, or are we trying to ask what is the absolute understanding of how communication itself works? Because the answer to that is probably going to be a lot more like how sets are defined in a graduate level setting, right?
Yeah, I feel you. No, thank you for that. Well, also, I think like similar to natural language, to an extent, like formal language, like definitions are developed via usage. So
Mm-hmm.
so you take like a set, right? And they're just gonna be like, this what it is. You could kind of define it based on like how you use it. Like it's a thing which has these properties which are like mostly mutually exclusive of other things we'd want to discuss. You feel me? I don't want to take over this, but you feel me?
Um, I think so. Just say it again.
Uh, uh, in natural language, like
Mm-hmm.
dictionary, like the words that come about in our dictionary, the
Mm-hmm.
things that come after like the M dashes, like their definitions are ascribed via like usage of whatever like finite
Mm-hmm.
string of symbols that are there.
That's right. Yeah.
So in set theory, right? Um, sure, you might like begin a set theory class per se with some axioms, right? Like that x will equal x for some equivalence class or equivalence relation. Like they'll come up with some just so you can like have faith in what they're discussing. But um, you can also define a set just by like using it and say it's a thing which enables you to do these things and describe in kind of a like Cartesian sense. Like if a set, like assume a set, whatever this word could contain is like a object in like Python, right? Like,
Mhm.
here are the methods or properties of it. Well, I'll tell you them or I'll assign them as I begin to use the set object. And that's
Yeah,
how
yeah,
we'll
yeah.
construct a definition. My bad. Okay, my bad. I don't need to take over. Will you feel me?
I do feel you. Yeah, that's actually so I have a little mini logic series I'm trying to that I started. I haven't added any more lessons to it. I have no time, so it's when am I going to get to that? But
Bobby, maybe I could. I'm unemployed. Maybe I could film them for you. Like, just tell me. Like, I could download the PDF of the thing for you, and then you tell me, like, oh, hey, this is what I want you to teach. I send it to you, and then I don't know, you approve it. I'm willing to do that if you want, but it's your channel, so.
that does sound interesting. I might take you up on that. I'll have to give it some thought. I don't have any PDFs, so those first three lessons
I could, I could, I could pirate it.
Oh, you mean like go download
Yeah,
a lesson plan or something? I gotcha. I gotcha.
or yeah,
Um,
the Logic for Mathematicians book or something.
oh, I see. I see. I gotcha. Yeah, but there's all these
Yep.
little subtle things to present and whatnot, like. But anyway, that's beside the point. The point is that in the video, um, I do point out that there is technically, and I think this is exactly what you're talking about. Justo, is there is technically a thing called a perfect definition, and it is simply the entire usage of the word, right? And so like this is actually even a finite thing. So like if I come up with a word and it's like, oh, the word, I don't know, love or something. Well, the perfect definition of the word love is list out every possible usage of that word forever into the past and forever into the present, or if you want to restrict it to like human beings, right? Every human being sentence, either into the past or into the present, right? So we take every possible usage of the word love. That is explicitly the definition of the word love, right? We have it literally categorized, and it's finite. There's only a finite list that will ever be used. You just have to have the entire list, and then you now have a definition, an explicit, perfect definition for the word. So, in some sense, there is such a thing as perfect definitions. It's just we'll never be able to access any of them, um, or be able to, or be able to understand them in that form. So, like, I can acknowledge that a perfect definition always exists, but I'll never be able to like give you an example of one or show one or anything like that, right?
Is it possible that a perfect definition isn't even really that useful though? Like I understand it's like designed to basically to be like an all use case for this word. But
Yep.
that makes me suspicious just because I feel like I know definitions aren't logical, but you could use it to have a word mean one thing, like, have bachelor mean someone who's unmarried, but also bachelor mean someone who is married, that
Mm-hmm.
kind of thing, right? Like, is
Yep.
that not possibly part of that, I don't know, idea?
Yeah.
Uh,
So I guess what you're saying is, even if we did somehow magically get access to a perfect definition, we would still be on the hunt for approximations of that definition, simply for utilitarian reasons, right? The definition is just simply unusable until we approximate it, right? And so
Right.
spend a lot of time trying to approximate it. And yeah, that's exactly the case. Yeah.
You can get some sect of people using love to really mean hate, and so all of a
Yep.
sudden the perfect definition isn't so perfect with the original goal, which is to define the word in a holistic kind of sense.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's kind of like
Exactly.
a dialect or sense of a word of a definition, though, right? Like you get like say I open up Webster, right? like all these like I guess a perfect definition is kind of like as useful as the mean is in a uniform distribution, right? Like in the like you were only going to be using some sense of the strings of symbols that denote whatever we're calling a perfect definition. Um, so yeah, I guess it's only so useful. It is at least moderately useful because it came about through some use, but so did the other senses of the word or like, you know what I mean?
Oh, also, can I restate my mathematical Platonism definition? I gave a really bad one earlier. Um, what usually is meant is that the mathematical Platonist says that, well, without any humans, mathematical truths would still be true regardless of an observer or something. So I think that's a much better definition, clearer. So yeah.
That's cap.
Um, I guess an issue I have with that. Oh, sorry. I was just gonna say, bring up like chess as an example. Like, did the rules of chess like truly exist before humans? Like, could a game of chess theoretically be played between two non-minded beings? Like, technically, yes. I don't know. I'll let Bobby take it away.
Okay, guys. If that was a question for me, I'm gonna go for like 5 minutes. I'll be right back.
Okay. No worries, Zeno. Yeah, I think that definition has a little bit of trouble because I would be interested to. I feel like everyone accepts that the world exists apart from their mind. It's like one of the first things we learn as a baby is like retaining that things still exist, right? Um, what is that called? Isn't there a name for it?
Permanence.
Yeah, permanence.
Dissociation.
Yeah. So like you learn permanence, that the world still exists when it's not around you, and so like I don't think anyone has any problem with that particular definition because we believe that that's the case, and so I would have to distinguish: are we saying that we believe that permanence is real? Because I certainly do, right? Or are we saying that we're going to take the position that like permanence is an absolute truth or something? Because that I would probably reject that, but on the grounds that I reject everything that's an absolute truth. Like you'd have to, how would you be able to demonstrate to me that permanence is guaranteed instead of just something that we believe is the way that the world works, right?
Assume it is an absolute truth. Tomorrow you're gonna wake up, you're gonna eat breakfast, you're gonna play basketball, and then it's a good day, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you feel me?
Some of
You're
us,
right.
sure.
That's what a baby does, who lacks permanence.
Plays basketball.
That's me.
Others of
I
us,
mean, yeah.
others of us think basketball day is a really terrible day, but I digress.
Yeah, I don't know. Like to me, it's pretty much the same criticism, but like I feel like any arbitrary rule set, you can just kind of apply permanence to, right? And it's still true, even if it like never existed in the first place, or if it does exist, like, but you're not accessing it. Like, of course, it's always going to be there. So to me, it doesn't have any real explanatory power when you define Platonism that way. It just means you like the rules of mathematics more than other rules, which is cool because I do too, but I feel like you're giving it too much credit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe. Oh, sorry. I was just going to say maybe as well. This is worth looking into if anybody is. It's like looking at things like first order logic and prepositional logic, like you've already touched on, Bobby, right? Which, like, those maybe are like technically Platonist ideas, and this idea that the way we construct any kind of pattern for it to work, like hinges on this idea of like reproducibility or the fact that it still is, it won't change later on, right? And like that conceptually is also then how we define Platonism in the first place. So you end up, at least to me, seemingly in a very tautological, like definitional place of saying, well, Platonist is this idea that there are some things that just always are, but then the way we do any kind of construction of any kind of pattern dictates and demands that like that's built into whatever system we're doing by default. So you could definitely accept that it's true, but then it's not particularly helpful, I think, in thinking about any kind of system because it's sort of definitionally inherent to any system.
I mean, that's to me, that's like you're getting into the Cartesian's nominalism, which is like, is like the rule set of rules is a rule set kind of thing. Like in the same way that like what Descartes was going through is like, I am real because I can identify myself as real. I don't know. At the end of the day, like what separates the Platonist from the nominalist, and I'm not really sure when you approach it with that kind of mentality where the rules are the way they are. Well, like nominalism doesn't really disagree with that, right?
Yeah.
I think maybe
I sort of get what you're getting at. I think I'd probably surface level agree.
I think the difference probably arises in what they're agnostic to. So in other words, what they do not assert things to be necessarily true nor false about. Like that's their kind of like mutual exclusion.
I mean, I'm a little biased. I am a nominalist, but like, I don't know. Like to me, the whole platonic ideals in general just don't make sense to me. Like, how something on like an abstract plane can like actually exist. I know they don't claim to be physical, but it's just like hard to, I don't know, come to terms with something that is like not only non-observable, but is only really uncoverable based upon preferred methods of thought. And to me, that's not that's what they're trying to avoid, right? They're trying to avoid these subjective kind of things. But to me, like it's all about what you prefer at the end of the day. That's knowledge is a means to an end, and so you have these preferred means where you see this remarkableness in math, which I don't necessarily disagree with, but then you take that remarkableness and like use it to justify some sort of outside belief, outside of physical reality, which to me, math is just a consequence of physical reality where we've ascribed these rules onto things because that's the way we observe them. Kind of idea.
Isn't ideal? Wait, ideal. What's a nominal ideal? Is that like a subset of a ring, like an algebraic ideal, or what?
No, not I said I'm a nominalist. Nominalism is just the idea that like math and logic and all these things are kind of just fancy games that we're playing in a sense, not literally, but like it's not like there's nothing platonically real about it. It's not like physically real. It's just a consequence of the way we think, basically. We think about things in a certain way. And like for example, we don't really believe in contradictions. That doesn't that's only a consequence of the way we think in a sense. That's what nominalism would kind of say to that. Now
I think just to even simplify the definition just a little bit more, like understanding that nominalism literally comes from the word name. So it's explicitly basically just we label things. That's like what nominalism is. It's a belief that instead of like platonistically things are always, it's like nominalism is saying no. Our idea of reality is entirely constructed. It's like there isn't some like fundamental thing that we're trying to like wrestle with. nominalism is basically saying, no, we just use different labels and sort of stack them in different ways and interchange different patterns.
I mean, yes, I agree. I would just say like reality itself is reality, but that no abstract ideas, including language, can touch it in a way that we want it to. That's
But
the way
I
I would.
think it sounds like one of these is about like the things, the objects we use as pointers to objects in the other one, like philosophy's universe, like what is physically realizable, and then there's like kind of concepts or objects in both, which we can and cannot refer to via those.
I
My
think I
bad.
understand what you're getting at, Husto. Like, I really liked earlier when you said, I'm going to butcher what it is that you said, but when you were referring to sort of like this idea of agnosticism within people in terms of what they aren't looking to pin down or be specific about what they believe, it's like I at least when we're talking about nominalism, like within it, I see like the inverse of Platonism, where cool, if we say everything really is just labels, like we're still trying to use those labels to define something about reality, which would mean that you could, in theory, then derive this idea of Platonism from nominalism, right? And vice
Facts.
versa. Like they sort of lead into each other, and it's sort of like, do you think one is more fundamental than another? Seems to be like the crux of the debate. And I think that's what you were touching on before.
Facts, exactly. And then you could just answer that question by asking the interlocutor, you tell me what you want fundamental to be. But as soon as you give me a definition, I got you with the answer. I'll shut up.
Maybe I can be the crazy guy for a bit. And this is more for Bobby, just because I'm more interested in what he has to say about it. Like, do you think there's this maybe gap in science, but in like language itself, and when analyzing the like a reality or the physical world, I should say, in the sense that like observation and language in of itself are not actually true representations of what we would call reality or stuff. You know what I mean?
I mean, I guess. So it depends on the level, right? I don't know. I mean, I don't do a whole lot of philosophy, but like this sounds like it's getting into like the philosophy of layers or something, right? Um, like we categorize things based on how much stuff it has and the orientation of that stuff, right? And so that there's always going to be continual layers in the description, right? Um,
Mm-hmm.
so like if I have a chair, right, and then I start like chipping off little pieces of it, when does it stop being a chair, right? Um, like we don't
Mm-hmm.
have like a defined way of doing that. A chair is the thing in the orientation that we all agree looks and seems like a chair. That's what a chair is, right? And so when we make statements around the word chair as used in that summary fashion, we still use things like, I'm objectively sitting in a chair, or I like this chair, or this is a terrible chair, or whatever, or here's a broken chair, right? Like we have these words that we use to talk about the chair, but if the chair is a summarized thing, then so too are the other sentences as well. But that's just a fact, right? That like everything that we speak in is going to be with respect to the particular layers that we're at, right? So like if you
Yes.
ask, well, is there something more fundamental to anything that you're talking about, or is there something more fundamental than, what we currently have in our theories. Well, necessarily, right? Because everything that we're talking about in the current theory that we're in, whether it's quantum mechanics or whatever, is in some summarized state at some higher level so that we can understand and categorize it. And you can always break it down and go into further and further, details, right? Until you typically end up in places that we don't know. We don't know the answer, right?
Yeah. It just seems to me like different rules apply to different macro scales. And
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
and like I, I I agree that like the problem combination, I don't know if that's the right way to describe it, of like, the idea that you can infinitesimally just like divide something over and over again, like the atom is made of quarks and the quarks are made of whatever, until you get this fundamental idea that we can't necessarily delve deeper into beyond just saying that it is what it is. I don't know. Like to me, that's all
Yeah.
just kind of a language game. Like with the chair, like is every individual atom a chair or like a part of a chair? Like at what point
Mhm.
do you call something a
Exactly.
chair? How many
Yeah,
atoms
like
do you need? And
when you scrape the bacteria off that's in between the little fibers, was that part of the chair? Like, it breaks
yeah,
down
I agree.
similar,
It's like a
right?
very it's a language game at that
Yeah,
point.
yeah. And
There's
the
a
And
French
point is,
philosopher that said that.
yeah, so language has that, is what I'm saying too, right? Language has the same macro thing as the physical world, and so we're in competition, right?
yeah, I don't know. Like the way my brain fails to understand this kind of problem is like with time, where I totally buy into science with like a time, B theory of time, where like past, present, future are all equally real in that sense because we can model it and actually like have physical outcomes based upon this idea. At least, uh, I'm pretty sure it's like well understood. But most physicists understand the theory of time to be more of like a B theory of time. But at the same time, I'm very sympathetic to the A theory of time, which most like religious people tend to think of, where only the present exists. Because that's kind of how we experience it. And it's me, I really, I, to me, it's like I really wrestle with these two ideas where, yeah, one that is seemingly true based upon our observations, like true recorded observations, but the other is based upon a different kind of observation, which is just experience itself, where the past is ended and non-existent, and the future is undetermined and non-existent. I don't know, like
Mm.
that's where I tend to like break down philosophically, just like what the heck even is this kind of thing, and it's not something so easily answered. I just curious what your thoughts are on that kind of thing. Um,
Hmm. Yeah, I don't know. I typically just accept what I have evidence of. I don't normally dive into that all too much. I'm happy to hypothesize things, but like most of the time,
mhm.
if I don't have evidence of a position, I just typically go, um, I don't know, right? I don't know. I don't know. You know.
Well, I would assume we have evidence for kind of both. It's just the evidence is completely on a different plane, where one evidence is
Mm,
recorded observation and the other is non-recorded observation, right? It's just experience. I would
yeah,
consider that a kind of evidence, not maybe as empirically verifiable, but we all kind of experience time, I feel like, on this kind of level.
yeah. Well, okay. So with specifically time, right? I know that in philosophy, there's large attempts and steps taken to try to, um, um, you know, come up with some definition of time in some philosophical way, right? But as far as I know, and maybe I'm wrong on this, none of them comport with like what we do know in physics, right? Like we currently have experiments where we can't determine which side is the cause or the effect, right? You can literally define the left side to be the cause and all the equations work, or you can define the right side to be the cause, and all the equations go through. And we're like, okay, so we have no idea what the cause and the effect is in the experiment. And we have other ones that are even more annoying, right? That we have situations where two people observe two events, but they observe them in a different order. And so for them, time, like which way was the true time? Was there a true time? Like which event came first? These are things that are just not these are things that are unanswerable, and but they're a fact, right? And so unlike the philosophy, which is abstracting, like let's abstract and understand the abstraction, okay, cool, but at the end of the day, the actual physical experiment is something that we is insanely difficult to wrap our heads around. And I guess what I'm saying is I have a tendency to just be like, well, that's the way the world works, because that's what the evidence is. And if someone wants to give me a new model or something, that's cool. But like if I entertain an abstract definition and it doesn't comport with reality, I'm like, well, I don't know. Like maybe, right? But I more so just accept whatever the evidence is. The evidence is that time's really weird, right?
Hey, Bobby.
Yeah.
What if you could just come up with a good enough definition and find and add properties that take it in the truthier sense until you have one that's sufficient and we to the point where we stop asking.
Yeah, certainly.
I was gonna.
Yeah, we can approximate.
So,
Well, yeah, we can get approximate definitions. Yeah. Hey, Jet.
I mean, I was gonna say this. It just sounds like just one big like social construct. So it's like, left and right. What's left and right? My left is not your left, and your right is not my right. So what is left and what is right? So it's like, I mean, I guess I understand what Bobby's saying. Like, I'll just take it what it is because, you could play with abstracts as much as you want until it just stops making sense. So it's like, I know what both of you guys are saying. It's just something that I just, I didn't make this, like we didn't make this up. We were just born and someone said, yeah, this is this. I said, okay. And we just went along with it. And I assume that's how, every society works, So, yeah, it's just something that it is what it is until it's not.
Yeah.
Hey, Bobby, you said you're liberal, right? Like you're not right, like you're on the left.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Okay.
Couldn't possibly be on the right. I'm sorry.
Academic informed worldview.
I
Yes,
once got in an
yes.
argument with someone about that. They were like,
I
well,
received my
science
orders.
is like really biased towards the left. I'm like, is science biased towards the
Oh,
left
yeah.
or is the left biased towards science? Right?
Yeah.
All right, when we approximate reality's really left leaning. Whoops.
Oops. Yeah.
But we're still right. But it's still right though. It's left, but it's right.
It's still
Correct.
right, yeah. Yeah. No, I had a guest come in a few weeks ago that was like, so do you think that left-leaning people are like more educated? And I was like, well, I mean, there's stats on this, right? Like we could go pull up some stat papers. Like a lot of people, when they get more education, they have a tendency to be left-leaning. And they were like, okay, yeah, but do you think that like, left-leaning people like know more stuff? And it was like, well, I mean, if you consider being educated, knowing more stuff, like, and he kept escalating it, like thing and thing and thing and thing, and then finally his last question was just like, do you think left people are just superior in every way to right-leaning people? And I'm like, if
Oh,
that's where
yeah,
you
I
wanted
was
the
there.
conversation to go, man, I don't know, like.
Yeah, no, because I'm not saying that. I don't know what he was exactly talking about, but there was a thing like on the conservative, on the right wing side, that they say that education, university is just left wing propaganda because, oh,
Mhm.
how come when most people go to universities, they come out left leaning? And, my answer to that is that, universities, the professor doesn't be like,
Yeah.
hey, what's 2 + 2? It's 4. Are you a left wing? No. Then you wrong. Like, it's, no, we don't. Universities. I mean, at least the colleges that I went to, they don't do that. It's just, you know, I think university education, all they do is to like display the facts, and then, of course, us students we question the facts, and then they just show us the evidence, and it is what it is. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know what to tell you. Like
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
like
Yeah,
it's just so
universities
happened.
are the whole point of university is to have your worldview challenged, right? Um,
Nah, bro. It's
nah, bro.
I find that
The message
liberals are typically on the left and conservatives are typically on the right, and so conservatives conserve the values that and beliefs, and liberals liberate, aka or change. And so I feel like it takes a lot more effort and breaking of your ignorance to have a mindset of change. Not necessarily that's correct, because you can change it for the worse and be really bad about it. But at the end of the day, it's like the driving forces behind the modern like liberal movements are, you know, have to be well founded upon in order to take off. Um, in general, not always. And so I feel like that's just kind of what's happening a little bit. Is you have all these people pushing the boundaries of knowledge and boundaries of philosophy and just understanding economics, understanding all these things, and you're going to start to see like, oh, the people who want to change things are the most read, and most people who understand these things most academically, I guess is the way to phrase it.
Yeah, I guess it's relative in that sense, right? Because if everything was like what was then conservative, then they would not be changing things. And then liberals would have to conserve what is to be changed.
Yeah, well, liberals turn to conservatives all the time. Like being part of the abolitionist movement was super, super liberal at the time. It was considered radical for some people. And now, like almost all conservatives conserve that used to be liberal ideology. It's just happening constantly.
No,
It,
what you're
it
saying,
depends on
that's
yeah. It depends on what you mean by liberal.
okay. No, I was gonna say what you're saying is a great point because I kind of asked this to some conservatives, right? Because obviously when you are a conservative, you're like conserving something, and usually you ask every single conservative, they're always saying, "Oh, I'm a conservative because I want to conserve these values." And I'm like, but you ask them even more questions about it, right? Like, okay, what values are you trying to conserve? Every single one of them have a different answer, right?
And
And it's like you ask
Mhm.
them if and I even tested it. I use these. I asked conservative A, right, and I asked the next person or next, like, okay, conservative B, like, okay, do you think these are considered values? And he said no. That's definitely not considered values. That doesn't make any sense. My values are conservative. Then I asked the next one, conservative C, the same thing, and they said the same thing. No, that's not considered values. No, 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 no. Mine is like it's just it's like it doesn't make sense. It's like it's an echo chamber, right? All conservatives would be like, "Oh yeah, we're all conservatives, right?" And then he asked them, "Okay, what's the conservative value?" They all give you a different answer. So it's like, what do you mean? Like, because back in the day, like for example, gay marriage that was like frowned upon everywhere in the United States, but now it became legal. Everyone's okay with it. Even conservatives are somewhat okay with it, well, at least more comfortable. And some of them, and now you have even some gay conservatives who are married and conservative. Like, do you know there are some
Yeah.
conservatives that want to take away your own rights? Like it's literally like a contradiction, but whatever.
The only thing I would push back on is I'm not sure that there's all that much diversity as you're alluding to. Certainly, there's quite a bit more diversity on the liberal side. I mean, leftist people seem to like eat each other's throats sometimes over trying to find the perfect leftist person. But on the conservative side, there are
Just
plenty
to
of
interrupt that idea for a second.
huh?
Just to clarify, you were
Sure.
saying that you think there's also diversity in thought, or as much diversity in thought in like the liberal leftist sphere as there is in right-wing conservative?
Yeah, in general, the left-leaning side has a lot more diversity than the right-leaning side.
Yeah.
That one
I think
I
that's
will push back. I'll see if I can find the study. So that
oh, okay.
in terms of diversity of ideas, the left, like liberal, whatever term you use to sort of label it, side of things is actually far more narrow. But the reason behind that is mainly because it most typically aligns with some like facet of academia, which is meant to be representative of reality. So there's I'll still see if I can find this study just so you can bring it up. But there's basically a really nice, I
I
think it's a scatter plot
yeah,
graph
I would need
that
to
that
see
looks
more.
and compares the two. Yeah,
I
I'll see if I can find it right now.
because I feel like if you just take any particular topic, like who do you support on the right hand side? Do you support Trump? So you survey Republicans, and what was it? His last survey was like 70% support or something, or 75. And right now he's in the toilet, right? So before he did all the fucked up crazy shit, if you surveyed the Republicans and you were like, "Do you support Trump?"
Before.
It was like 95% support or something, right? Like everyone was like, "Yeah, Trump's number one." No one else even got any votes in the frickin' primaries, right? Like it was a joke, right? But if you go with left leaning people, you literally have like pockets of people arguing over like who's the best left leaning candidate, and it's like I hate Gavin Newsom. Oh, I hate Kamala. No, Kamala's the
Mm.
best. We need Kamala. Like I like and I think we can do that with nearly any benign topic. Like for example, guns or
Yeah.
something. If you go and look at the right side, it's guns is an absolute necessity. There's no pushback whatsoever. Everyone's on the same page. It's like absolute, right? Whereas if you go into left leaning circles, some people are for guns, some people want, better regulations on guns, some people want even tighter regulations
Yeah.
on guns, all the way to people that are like there should be absolutely zero guns and so you end up with this wide berth
Yeah.
on this just very simple topic. And I feel like we could do that with almost anything, and in general, you see that you have a very wide distribution on the left side, and then you have this very like immediate, super narrow diversity on the right
Mm.
side. Did I say it backwards?
So I've shared the DOI actually. So if you want to bring that up, because I'd love to get your insight into this. And I think what you're touching on is like a perfect example of like almost definitely going to be like a limitation of like how we're defining diversity of thought, right? It sounds like mainly this study, from my memory, when I don't remember how long ago it was when I like first encountered it, is looking a lot more at like different ways of believing about certain ideas rather than necessarily the ideas themselves. And even that, I'm like, I don't like how I worded that, but I can't think of a nice simple way to like paraphrase it. Whereas what you're really getting on is that even though there's a lot more individual differentiability within like the left-leaning space, I think like what this study is trying to highlight is that you can more easily categorize them into a position, generally speaking, even if there's more nuance within those positions themselves.
And that may be correct. I hadn't thought about it that way. And correct me if I'm wrong. Are you saying that, like, for example, if we went and surveyed a bunch of Trump supporters and we're like, well, tell us the reason why you want to, like the real reason, like, get to spill your heart for us, right? You will get
Yeah.
every fucking possible thing under the sun. Well, his hair is amazing, or he makes great jokes, or he said that he'd
supports the
make my family
illegals.
rich, and that's the reason I voted for. Like, you will get literally every freaking reason known to mankind, right? But, like, if you go and ask, anyone that supported Kamala, well, why'd you support Kamala? They probably just list out the 10 things. Well, she's got a very good plan. Here's the thing. She's going to do the housing thing. She's going to pass the border bill. She's going to do the like everyone just has like the 10 things. She's clearly the superior candidate, and oh yeah, I hate Trump because he's a piece of shit, right? Like, everyone's on the exact same page, right? And is that what you're trying to get at?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Um.
I think it depends on the question.
Sorry, what was that, Chester?
No, I was saying that I think it really depends on the question you ask. But again, I don't know. But yeah.
Yeah. So I really struggle when we talk about sort of political positions in these very like dichotomous ways, because most of my background is in understanding a lot of the psychology that drives political decision. And it's like those like facets exist in all humans, which is really interesting. So a lot of what I would describe as like tribalism still exists in left-leaning spaces. It's just sort of like, and so it actually causes at times the same issues that we see, or that people fundamentally have with like right-wing politics still within left-wing spaces. It's just that is often tempered against more of an attempt to be, I guess, like more empathetic externally, as well as an attempt as well to like adhere to rigor and adhere to sort of like intellectualism and this pursuit of, actually trying to understand the way that the world is, rather than having some like presupposed belief that then informs what you think. But yeah, because there can be a lot of diversity in these presupposed positions in the first place, that's, I think, like fundamentally what I'm getting at is why there's a lot more overall diversity for how you can land at the same overall positions from a right-wing perspective. So you can all think everybody should have guns, but you might all think everybody should have guns for a bunch of different reasons. Whereas and maybe this is really similar to what you're saying about the Kamala Harris versus Trump kind of idea. Like, if you go to the left, you might see a lot of different takes on how to implement gun control, but it's very rare that you're going to find somebody that's left-leaning who's also like everybody should have as many guns as possible. It's like most people on the left are still going to be sort of like tied to a core idea of some degree of gun control. And this, I guess, gets a little bit to what Jetstream mentioned earlier in terms of like the change in diversity of thought with regards to non-heteronormative gender expressions and sexual identities, right? Which is that throughout history, if you look at what most left-wing people thought, they haven't really changed very much over time. Most of them were quite like proportional to everybody else with more central or right-wing beliefs, were very accepting of a lot of like positions on marriage inclusivity and gender expression and sexual identity. And then over time, there's been a lessening of, I guess, this conservative belief around what gender should be and sexual identity, etc., that slowly brought more and more people towards being accepting of more and more of these things. And so the reasons behind not believing that can be very diverse, but once you start accepting the fact that, like, hey, the science around it's really complicated, and gender, like biological sex is definitely like not this 1 and 2 type system like we learn in high school. It's like, actually, it's really complicated. And then adding in the social like perspective of what gender expression is on top of that and gender roles, etc. Like once you begin to accept that, you might all be rooted in that same idea, but then still have varying perspectives on like how society should function within the specifics.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like this is kind of more of a semantics discussion, I guess, because like I think what most people mean by a diverse distribution or a narrow distribution, it typically isn't going to allow for the more, effectively ignorant position, right? So, and I think that this would typically be true, even if we weren't talking politics. Like let's say I have a bunch of people that don't know anything, right? And you ask them, how does something work? I don't know. How does your cell phone work, right? And or how does GPS work or whatever, right? And if they don't know anything, they're gonna be like, I don't know, aliens, signally thingy, hot air balloons, it bounces off the satellite, whatever, it's big mirrors, right? I don't know. You get all kinds of freaking answers, right? But like if you then go to a bunch of people that like know how that works, maybe they don't know everything, right? And then you ask them, then typically you're going to end up with a more narrow set of explanations, I guess, right? And typically the explanations are going to be close to or on point with how the thing actually behaves or works, right? And maybe this is in line with the fact that left leaning people have a tendency to be more informed on stuff than right leaning people. But in general, when you have those two outcomes, if I were to ask you which of those two is more narrow, or it is doesn't have much to offer, right? There isn't a whole lot to what it is that they're explaining or providing. We would typically say that the uneducated side is the one that isn't providing anything. Like they have no diversity.
Oh, you mean
Anything.
that? I see
Right.
exactly. Yeah, 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 yeah. I understand the perspective you're coming from. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And so
Yeah.
that's yeah, that's so in general there is no thoughts of challenge is what I'm saying, right? Which is a
Yeah,
massive.
you're talking narrowness, I guess, in terms of like depth of understanding, whereas I was
Mm-hmm.
saying narrowness in terms of like diversity of like idea.
Yeah, yeah, and I think it's just a vocabulary thing, because
Yeah,
like
yeah.
I agree with you that maybe at the raw level, there's more diversity, right? But it's like, but this is a huge benefit to the Republican Party or to the right leaning side, because they have a tendency to accept anyone, no matter how fucking crazy they are, right? Nazi, white supremacist, yeah, wonderful, no problem. Like you're in the club, crazy
There's a lot of ways to
conspiracy.
lie.
Yeah, crazy conspiracy moon theory person doing whatever, no problem. You're acceptable. No one cares, right? The the the
So
Republican Party
basically, what we're
just
talking about is evidence, facts.
yeah, the Republican Party doesn't reject anyone, but the left side has a tendency to do a lot of testing. There's a lot of purity tests that go on at different levels. Like, well, are you left enough for me? If you're not left enough for me, you're a piece of shit, right? You're like equivalent to being a Republican, So I don't know. But anyway, that's what I was meaning by, I guess, the distribution of ideas, right?
Yeah, sorry to derail that.
No. That's fine. I think it was a good point. I wasn't even. I don't think I'd really even realized the nuance of the thought that was going on there without further pushback, right? Yeah. Mm-hmm. So this is interesting. I think Instagram has either updated my account to allow me to stream longer than an hour, or something's broken and it's just continuing to stream. It's been over an hour and it's still on. And normally it cuts the feed, and then I have to like restart it over and over again. So if it just stays on, that's really great, you know. Yeah.
It looks
But
like
yeah,
it's still up.
It looks like it's still
Um,
up. It's still up and everything.
hmm
That's awesome.
but,
That's great.
but yeah.
I mean,
So when it comes to like, I guess, facts and evidence, you know, um, conservatives, they don't really, you know, do so well in that.
no, not as much. That's for sure. They have a tendency to lie and cheat and steal and all that. Um, yeah.
I mean, so does everyone else in power. It's just they're particularly effective at it.
Yeah. Well,
yeah,
sorry.
if we're talking politicians, yeah, probably. If we're talking actually, uh, most of the people who vote conservatively, um, you wouldn't be able to convince a lot of them that what they're believing is wrong because they genuinely believe it. So when you say like, oh, they have this tendency to lie, etc., it's like politicians absolutely. Their whole job is like, even on the left at times, unfortunately, is misleading people. But if we're talking like the people who support, more right-wing authoritarian or fascistic regimes, etc., there's some really cool research that looks at environmental pressures, which is that unfortunately most of it's survival driven, which is that when there's high political unrest, high unemployment, high crime, low GDP, etc., we tend to, like everybody, all of humanity tends to shift politically more to the right. Happens really quickly compared to the shift to the left that occurs in the inverse scenarios. But like fundamentally, like I think the major difference between people who are more left leaning versus right leaning is this capacity to have a belief that you have or a worldview that you have challenged and not necessarily in the moment, but later on reflect on it and then potentially change your mind. And like that is also, I think, like why there's this correlation between education, also a correlation between growing up in cities, for example, and being more left leaning. It's like if you're in a city, you are just exposed to more different things than if you're in a rural country town surrounded by a bunch of people who all look the same and think the same as you.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm so forgiving. I feel like there's a level of willful ignorance. Like, my
Yeah, to
God,
clarify, I'm not being forgiving of 60-year-olds who are that ignorant, but I
yeah,
think there's an important distinction for like youths and understanding and I say that as somebody who believed very awful things when I was younger because of the household I grew up in. And it
yeah.
took, thankfully, being exposed to different people that allowed me to change, but also
Mm,
that's part of like who I am, which is I was willing to be challenged and willing to change.
sure. Yeah, I've seen a lot of interviews of a lot of conservatives, and when they're challenged on the most basic things like, do you support someone who's an adjudicated, rapist, right? And then they're like, if they're not told
Mm.
it's Trump, they literally will say, of course not. That's terrible. Or especially if you were to say like, oh, Biden, do you think that it's okay for Biden to do whatever? Like he should be impeached, right? immediately it's like, yeah, that should be impeached. Of course it should. This is why the left side is so terrible, right? And then when you're like, oh, I'm sorry, that was actually Trump, it's like completely just 180. Well, he had reasons, of course, right? I mean, I'm sure all he did was, tell a woman that they were beautiful, and then now that everyone's just jumping down his throat, and
The boy.
it's like there's a level of self delusion that um, that needs to be quantified, right? We need to start quantifying people self deluding. Like, how do we properly quantify the self delusion process? Like, I don't know, because like it's just so much. It's like Trump literally screamed, "I'm going to tariff everyone." And it's like, and then you had nothing but news coverage 24/7 on tariffs is going to be a tax on the American people. And then Americans are like, no, it isn't. No, it's not. We're going to get China to pay the tariffs. It's like, how do you get the other country to pay the tariffs? That doesn't make any sense. It's paid at the border when it arrives.
Dude, you guys did it twice. I feel, yeah, I guess what you're touching on though as well, at least with these interviews that you've seen, because I've seen a lot of them too, is because this is true for all humans. When you're met with opposition, our base tendency is to double down. It is like a very concerted trait to be able to, like, in a debate or in an argument where you feel oppositional to somebody else, be presented with something and on the spot actually see something and change your mind. Like, that is like something that everybody struggles to do, and maybe some people do it better than others. But like,
True.
I can say from experience, it's like I've convinced, like, completely unintentionally, pastors to completely leave their religious faith by like telling them the questions that I was asking myself and not having any agenda. And so, like, if somebody's genuinely curious, like, they can still follow a line of reasoning. But I think it's like, if it's in a microcosm of it being filmed, almost always you'll see it then as well, being in some kind of oppositional setting. And so, and maybe this is me being too optimistic about humanity.
That is fake
because-
news.
Yeah, I just like. How do you feel about all these Trump voters saying that they regret their vote? Right? Like, there was the interview of the man whose wife was deported, and he's like a man that owns like 10 stores or something. I mean, he's like a wealthy person, multimillionaire, and ICE just showed up and took his wife away, and he was like crying on camera. Like, what? Like, until it happened, like, for many people, something only exists when it happens to them personally. And until it happens to them personally, they absolutely are willing to live in a complete delusion. Even like,
yeah,
I don't know. There's got to be there. It's a willful ignorance, right? And so it's more than just I didn't know. It's that, well, I heard all the things, but I just ignored them, right? That's the only way you could like. How do you explain someone who's mid thought going, any president that has been found liable for rape should be impeached? They literally are having that thought, and then in the second they hear that it's Trump, they turn around and go, oh, but not him, of course. That would be stupid. Trump is obviously, we clearly wouldn't do that to Trump. That'd be dumb, right? And it's like, how did the brain do that? There's something going on there that's more than just I didn't know, or I'm ignorant, or whatever. It's like there's more there, right? There's a
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, I think I have an answer for that. I'm not too sure. I think it's not that. Okay, I'm not gonna say that. Not all of them Like, obviously, they like Trump, right? But I think is that they just hate the left so much that, remember, some people literally just voted for Trump just to say "fuck you" to the left.
Yeah,
So
that's
it's like,
true.
as long as the left is crying, I
Mhm.
see that as a win. And if I'm
Yeah.
like literally caught on fire, at least the left is losing.
I just
Like,
don't
it's
understand that
it's
mentality of
it's
like,
okay. No, it's illogical. No, I'm not even gonna. You don't.
yeah,
No, I don't think anyone's gonna understand that. It's literally just illogic. It's dumbfounding. Like, wow.
but
It's like a
but you
crab in a
ask
barrel. Like,
them, right? We ask them their reasons. We ask them like, well, what is it that you hate about the left? And it's like pronouns, and you're like, okay, but like the pronouns only affect like 1-2% of the population. Is that really that much of a concern? Like, how much you're willing to have your wife deported so that you can hate on pronouns, right? Like,
look,
I you know,
they 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 say that hate and racism is very expensive, and that's just the cost of it.
yeah,
Empathy. They say empathy is weakness.
empathy is weakness. I guess, yeah.
Yeah, what I guess like there's a couple of ways I would categorize what you're talking about. The first one is like just in the broader context of like cognitive biases. So we have in-group bias, we have large group bias, we have confirmation bias. There are all these survival mechanisms within our brain that exist sort of generally as this byproduct of in the past, you know, they've been useful for survival. Um, and so there's like a very serious like um discomfort that's being avoided by
Mm,
not really challenging your own perception of the group that you're in,
mm,
right? It's like, and all of us can imagine this in if you've not gone through the process of thinking, what if I found out my best friend raped somebody? I
mm,
implore you do it as a thought experiment of
mm,
how you think you would respond, and really run through this idea of how would I go through this process of actually encountering like my worldview shattering and like crumbling around me, and this is like something that's really hard for most men to accept, even
mm.
though it's like 1 in 10 men, right?
I
It's like,
vote for
hey,
him.
you know a guy,
One
you
in
almost
10?
definitely know a guy. It's outrageous. Oh, dude, the stats I
Is
could
it
tell
really
you,
one in
not just
10?
about that, it's so scarily high. The stats in Australia for consumption of like child pornography, we are the second largest consumers, period. It's not per capita. It's like we are
Jesus.
number 2 behind the US, and we have a population of, I think we just hit 28 million, right?
I'd
One
have
in
to.
6 Australian men admitted to having sexual attraction to children in some way, right?
One in
Self-reported.
six.
Put them in
One in
office.
6.
I that
So
those are insane stats, man. One in 10.
I know, I know.
I don't know.
And
That
so
that
Diabolical.
seems that seemed like. But okay, was the survey like?
yeah.
Have you ever thought about doing evil things? And it's like, well, okay, 1 in 10 were willing to admit it, or you're saying 1 in 10 literally have done evil. Like that's really
1 in
high.
10 have. 1 in 6 is thoughts about. Um, and and so like you could always like, and we've had this conversation I think previously. Like you can definitely go in and look at what is this study actually saying, right? Like obviously it's
Mm,
meant to be a proxy of some real world phenomena, and maybe it's not a fantastic proxy. Maybe this stat is it has these complexities of reality mixed up in it. That means part of it's this, but part of it's something else. Um,
mm,
but more broadly, like this idea of like, hey, there are some really uncomfortable feelings that we have to process when we encounter something that doesn't seem to align with our worldview. It's like not a right wing thing, it's like a universal thing basically of all humans. It's like it's not fun to think you knew something and then find out maybe you don't know it the way that you think that you do. Um, and I think then tying into what you were saying about like hating somebody or being, you know, vengeful, let's say, is another word for it. The uh, emotional intelligence that has to be learned, and like not just learned like intentionally, but also like conditioned into us, for example. So it's really dependent upon where we grow up to be able to catch our feelings as we're feeling them, and have intention with where they go. It's like that's a really complicated skill. It's not something that people learn automatically depending on who they're around and what their environment is. A really fun example of this is looking at men who sort of like will have this propensity to sort of very quickly snap or get very angry or even potentially violent, especially like in an instance where they experience potentially like some degree of social shaming. And there's a really nice breakdown sort of what that process is typically emotionally, which is that a man will experience some degree of a feeling of either weakness or shame or helplessness. And because they don't like that feeling, because that's not a fun feeling, it's like at our very core, we don't really like to sit in that feeling very long. And so some men learn a pattern where that moves very quickly into a feeling of anger. And then in some men, that can go all the way into like violence, right? And so like that intelligence to be able to, not just in a situation like that, but in like all situations, like acknowledge how you're feeling as you're presented with information that like makes you feel something, and have to like wrestle with that and revisit that later. It's like that's, I think, fundamentally like really what you're probably getting at with this process of why people vote against their own interests when they're, you know, so often it's tied into all that complexity of these biases that we have and a lack of overall education and understanding, and then also like messy tribalism and other things, right?
Right.
Yeah, I was gonna say that when it comes to reflection, reflection is like when something happens, you gotta sit down, long and hard about what's happening, right? And processing your emotions. It's not honestly, it's not fun. It's not always fun. Sometimes it's like, damn, it's like, for example, right? I guess when my mom, right, when she was diagnosed with cancer, they'll get it. That was like the worst news I ever heard. And I think I want to say, I think almost like a year maybe, I was in like almost in denial of it, but in my back of my head, I knew, that she was sick. I just didn't like to respond to it to a point that sometimes I'll be hanging out with my friends, right? I didn't tell nobody for like a while. And sometimes my friends, we tell jokes here and there. And when they start telling jokes about, oh, hey, this better have cancer, right? I would like, like pause for a moment and then step out, right? And sometimes I'll just leave. And sometimes they wouldn't even know that I left. And they'll kind of get worried about me. And I'll just, make up a lie. And be like, oh yeah, had to do something, I forgot something and whatnot. And it took me like a year to actually like, I guess, finally accept like, yeah, my mom has cancer, So I mean, I wish I could go back and tell myself back in the day, like, yo, it's not gonna go away. You have to like think about this real quick, I mean, not give everyone a happy ending. My mom, she's fine now. She's not dead and whatnot and everything. But yeah, it's
Hell
like,
yeah.
yeah. So yeah, she's fine, thank God. But yeah, back then, that sucked. That was like literally the worst thing that I ever like. It changed my whole, like, again, it changed my perspective. Like, I was thinking to myself, like, wait, what? My mom has cancer, stage 4. That's something you only read about online. You only hear about that somewhere else. There's no way that could be my mom. And
It's other people's
again,
parents.
it took so long to me to finally acknowledge it. And the reason why I didn't want to acknowledge it was because I felt like if I were to, like, you know, burst out crying, right, in front of my mom and whatnot and everything, it'll be hard for her because she's she's already dying, and now she got to take care of her youngest son who's in school and college, right? Who obviously don't have the funds for anything. I didn't want to make it more stressful for it, so I just acted like, nah, everything is fine. You're gonna be okay. 10 out of 10. You're gonna be fine. But in the back of my head, I was like, that was like the closest form of depression. So I don't think I haven't like been in like in deep down depression. But when I hear about depression, that's the thing that I think about. It's just straight up denial of acknowledgement, and I recommend no one to do that. It's not good. It's like you gotta talk about it. You gotta reflect on it because it's just gonna just eat you down. Like, I was failing some of my classes. Like, it was not good. It was bad.
Mm-hmm.
Hello, everyone.
Hi, how's it going? Did you have a question or
Good.
anything?
No, I just wanted to say hi.
Hi.
Hello.
Yeah. Feel free to listen.
Yo.
It's a pretty mild night. We don't have any fiery debates going. At some point, I'll probably, many weeks from now, I'll have to like go roam around in politics and religion or something, trying to get actual debates.
I've
Well,
just been working
sorry,
on
go
my
on.
paper while listening,
Oh, you're working on a paper?
and that
Oh,
yeah,
yeah, I saw your post.
finished
It was
it
very cool.
too. Yeah, it's very
Awesome.
nice. Yeah,
Hell yeah.
Bobby, you need to create more divisory titles and try and get the most despicable people again.
have like a thumbnail behind you saying you are stupid, and,
Yeah.
and then
Thumbnail saying
people
you are
click into.
stupid. That's funny. Yeah.
It's how you get the most interesting sound bites.
Your
I
opinions are stupid. Come argue with me.
I have so many meme stuff. I don't know if anyone has seen my latest Instagram posts this morning. I wonder, am I logged into Instagram? Oh, I'm not in Instagram here.
The Rob one?
Yeah, there's the Rob Carter one, which is like Donnie,
I saw that one.
because I'm listening to it
That was
and I'm
good.
like, how many freaking times is he? I think I missed a few too. Because I found like 5, but I think there's like another 3 in the thing somewhere, and I'm like, I didn't realize he said Rob Carter that many times. And then Dr. Greg was bringing up that like Rob Carter has this whole mini dinosaur theory, for the Ark, and I was just cracking up
Many
laughing. And I'm like, this Rob Carter guy is a fucking lunatic, man. Like,
just chickens, mini
yeah,
dinosaurs.
I looked him up, and he's like, he has his own web page on like debunking science or whatever. So, but anyway, the one that I posted this morning, it's Donnie's doing his presentation, and he's like trying to pretend like there's this uncertainty in how selection plays into the mitochondrial, calculations or whatever. And I pulled up the mito tree, which is a database of 300,000 complete mitogenome, like the entire thing, not genomes, but the entire base pairs, all of it has been completely categorized, and it like perfectly matches into this tree-like structure, right? And so, like, we know for certain that mitochondrial Eve was 145,000 years ago. Like, it's an absolute certainty, right? And I went and pulled all the authors from that entire paper. And so I was like, let me just put these, like, both side by side, like, scrolling. And it's like the left side was just like, boom, it's like spinning with zillions of people just flying by, and the right side is just Dr. Carter. Like that's the only person on the other side. And I'm like, oh, it cracks me up every time I'm seeing it.
Wait, Bobby, did you say absolute certainty? So you just conceded that logic works, God exists.
Fucking got him.
Well,
Let's
yeah,
go.
of course.
Yep.
If it means I win the argument, right? But yeah, so that's a fun that's a really funny one. And can I load this in the browser? Oh, I can. Oh, okay. So I made this up because in the discussion, like this Mary Schweitzer thing, it will not die. It is annoying the shit out of me. I'm like, this has got to die. The people got to stop saying we fucking found dinosaur blood. We found flesh. We found dinosaur blood. And so I literally Googled each one of these, right, and found all the different references for the exact things that have been found and the exact things that haven't been found, right? And they get smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller. We have not found any of this shit on the left. We have found the shit on the right. All of that shit on the right we have also found in space. And so every time these crazy mofos say we found nerves, that's just factually incorrect. We didn't even find complete proteins, right? What we did find was amino acids that are intact, and we find those in space intact, right? And so, yeah. Anyway, it's annoying the crap out of me that they keep bringing up Mary Schweitzer. So I made
You
this
need
meme.
to get like 10 of those and then have that be your background, and then everyone will click in.
Yeah. Yeah, this is they even said, like, literally I have so one of the clips is I have Sam, and he's literally reading off. They have found dinosaur bones, they've found red blood, they've found nerve endings, they have found ligaments, and I was like, yeah. No, they haven't found any of that. You're just lying.
Yeah, that's baloney.
I know. The thing is, and this is the part that is hard for me to convey, is that in archaeology, if you find a fossilized thing and in the fossil are remnants like prolines and amino acids and whatever, you might refer to that thing as tissue. And in biology, you would never do that because tissue is supposed to be like, not hard stone. That doesn't make any sense, right? But in archaeology, they do that all the time. And Mary Schweitzer's paper, she refers to it as tissue. So have other people that have used Mary Schweitzer's work. And so it's kind of an annoyance that in archaeology, they use the phrase tissue, right? And it's like, why? Why do you have to use the word tissue? No actual tissue was found. What was found was these little fucking molecules. That's it. We didn't even find a complete heme, and I looked it up. There was a paper that actually tried to look for these, and they did electron microscopes to find some of them. And the ones that they found it almost complete, but it was like broken up. Like parts of it were broken and destroyed, and like the iron atom was like connected to like part of another protein or something. And so it's all like messed up, right? The point is we haven't found any intact ones. So we've never found an intact heme, And this is literally on the atomic level with these little atoms, you know? And so it's just crazy, the creationist.
Dinosaurs didn't even have blood.
They didn't have blood.
Nah.
They probably had blood. They probably had
They were
red blood.
robotic automata.
They were robotic automata. What is that game that does that? Horizon? New Horizon?
Oh yeah.
Horizon Zero? What? I forget what it's called.
Horizon Zero Dawn. That's what it is. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's all the world. It's like far in the future. Technology's been lost, and basically there's a bunch of replicon animal thingies that like basically have adapted to like live in the world. And so when you hunt things, they're like machines, right? They're not, they're not animals or whatever, right?
It's like this beetle I saw. You can control it with your phone remotely. And it's a real beetle. Yeah. I think I have the video. Let me see.
Sorry, I know I said 5 minutes, but remember I was saying like everybody was texting me at once, and then I also got blood work from earlier today, so I was like, oh my gosh, a million things.
Yeah. But yeah, anyway, so I made that meme, so that'll be good. Oh, here's how much mitochondrial Eve we know about, right? We have like literally every possible part of the entire region completely mapped out. There's hundreds of thousands of complete DNA, mitochondrial DNA that we've calculated, and we know all of their individual ones back through time, right?
Doesn't have me.
Huh?
Doesn't have me.
Valid argument.
Yeah. How do I know this is real? It doesn't have my DNA.
How do you know they don't have you?
Maybe I was just
Maybe
spontaneously.
they do have
creating.
you. You don't know.
It's true.
Butterfly's intellectual
They're
rigor
boss.
is like astounding.
Yeah.
I smoked
They
too
could
much
have bought
tonight,
a
so-
copy of your, the hospital you went to wasn't, you signed a disclosure somewhere.
I'll show some rigor. You spelt trillion wrong.
You spelled trillion wrong. Where?
Yep, on your other page. Trillion.
Trillion?
No below.
Oh, that's sad.
Yeah, there's.
But I have it.
It's
It
Jova.
right here, and I put the R over there too. Tilrian.
Till Ryan.
Wow, that is so.
I knew it was fake news.
Knew it
AI
was
could never.
Yeah, I can't trust this guy.
I know. So the GIMP doesn't check your spelling. They're just like type whatever you want, and it's like.
Well, yeah, it's a GIMP.
So much time to try to spell check everything. That's why you just got to give in. That's why I give in. I'm like, yo, people, I'm gonna make mistakes. I don't know everything. I'm not gonna edit all this shit out. That's way too complicated. I don't have time to.
You don't know everything?
I know.
Mm.
Like, if you can't handle someone like misspelling shit, like just no.
Hey, wait a minute. You also spelled dinosaur wrong.
What? Don't say that.
It's
Dinosaur.
dino.
Oh,
Dino.
it's got an O. Is it a dino? Of course it is.
It's Jova.
You're
This
destroying
guy's
not
like,
even
"Oh,
a
dinosaur."
That's what I'm hearing.
My entire world is crumbling, all because of you.
Bobby, you slacking, Bobby.
I can't trust this. He's not even
I
talking
made
about
this at
dinosaurs,
3
man.
in the morning. I just want to point that out. This was made at 3 in the morning. And the main thing I was
Sounds like
interested
Xena.
in was I didn't want to lie and accidentally say that like we didn't find these and we actually have found one of these, right? So I spent so much time trying to make sure I had the right things in the right spot. Well,
Give
dinosaurs
it a
spelled
C.
with an O.
You
Maybe
voted.
that's why. Maybe that's why Dr. Greg hasn't emailed me back. He's like, what the shit? Can't spell?
And spell.
You folded.
We got this new 2-photon microscope at the lab today, and it's a really small one. It's like the size of like a quarter of a Dr. Pepper.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
pretty cool.
I mean, it's only got 2 photons in it, right? Can't be that big.
Okay.
That's true.
Does
This is from the conventional literature. Dr. Rob,
Sorry, I didn't mean to do that.
mitochondria.
I don't know if. Do you guys want to watch this video?
Mitochondria.
Mitochondria.
I could play this.
Might as
video.
well.
We can all watch it. Okay, so this is my latest Instagram video.
This is from the conventional literature. Dr. Rob Carter designed a mitochondrial DNA consensus sequence showing a very low variation. If deep time were true, we should find more rare variants due to mutation accumulation. What we actually observe is consistent with the separate ancestry or Adam and Eve model rather than human evolution. Dr. Rob Carter, he published that paper in the conventional literature. This is from a creationist website here, but he did a graph and he investigated if selection can solve this discrepancy.
He did a graph.
I know.
Need to
So I
add
was
Dr.
like, I was
Rob Carter
I need
to
a
the right.
simple graph to put up here, and I like Googled, and it was like a couple of nodes, and then a 1, 2, 3, 4. I was like, perfect. There's his graph.
I'll show you my favorite graph to use.
You should have put like a funny picture of Rob Carter or something on the right side. Just
Yeah, well-
that's the contrast.
I did that with the Rob Carter. Oh yeah, this one. So this is someone is obsessed with Rob Carter.
Dr. Rob Carter, Dr. Rob Carter, Dr. Rob Carter, Rob Carter, Rob Carter, and Dr. Rob Carter here. They're all from the conventional literature, by the way. Here,
From the conventional literature.
I know.
Yeah, I was going to say, did you know that Rob Carter is the conventional literature?
I know, yeah. So the last little bit there, it's all from the conventional literature, by the way. It just cracks me up every time.
One guy.
One guy that runs his own website, who apparently is an expert in genealogy, anthropology, microbiology, virology, and like mitochondrial DNA. Like he's literally he's an
Dude gets around.
every possible field you could possibly imagine, and he knows for
I
certain.
mean, he can probably spell trillion and dinosaur.
That's you're right.
Like, I reckon.
That hurt. That hurt, man. That really hurt. Yeah.
I don't know. You gotta do a little more heavy lifting if you want to get on Rob Carter's level.
Rob Carter is the new Bang It Out.
I was gonna say.
Rob Carter. Just Doctor.
Do I have the?
I have found exact first 2 non-trivial values of the combinatorial degeneration parameter for the binary corner hypergraph.
Yeah, it's not that useful since the assumed bounds were already the values I found. But I did find a way to prove it, so something.
That's very cool.
Yeah, it's only like 2 pages. It's very small. I just sent it to the original author. And you can put it in the note.
Yeah, I was gonna ask, could you put it in the chat?
Let me just rip
Also,
out
by
any-
accepting my friend request, you've committed yourself to answering my physics questions, because there's another physicist, Bobbin, that joins frequently, and I ask him.
Oh,
a lot
not
of
this
questions.
Robert guy.
No.
Yeah, Butterfly, I was going to ask. So you're a physicist? Bona
Yeah.
fide?
Yeah,
What stuff
work-
are you working on?
I work on quantum error correction mostly.
Oh,
Quantum what, sorry?
that's cool.
Quantum error correction for CV quantum
Mm.
specifically.
That's very cool.
So, and like But it's honestly has a lot to do with lattices. So I also
Mm.
work on like post-quantum cryptography because
Mm.
they're the error correction systems and the error correction for CD is very, very closely related to like LWE problems or other post-quantum cryptography problems.
Are there any?
Oh yeah, I think I understood like enough of those words.
Are there any plans to? I mean, well, I guess this is probably an inevitability, but like, is there a plan? Are there plans that people are thinking of like building quantum chips that automatically have error correction built in, right?
Yeah, that's we recently can't make the claim fault tolerant yet, but we demonstrated the first error correcting chip on a photonic platform, error correcting qubit on a photonic platform.
Oh,
It's called a GKP qubit. So you encode a photon as a harmonic oscillator. It's a kind of nifty little trick you can do, and then you pretty much you build what's called a cluster state out of them, and those act as a big lattice. And these lattices, this was actually proposed like 45 years ago, but no one's done it yet until last year. But they correct with scale. So we are about 0.1% below the best error correction from any lab currently. And we're the only one with it on a photonic platform. And it'll get better as we scale. All of our losses now are from optical impurities in our chips, or just fiber losses, which the fiber losses make up like 80% of the entire loss. It's the remaining loss, I should say. But everyone's getting ready to scale now. And like we started working in 2014 on these systems. And we've had our timeline set for 2031 since 2014, which didn't look that good to the investors, but hit every single milestone we've set so far.
really?
It's going good, yeah.
So I saw that.
Yeah.
I saw that IBM effectively, their timeline was that by
Changes,
2035 they would be able to break like RSA 1024, right? They have cut when that will happen to 2030, so they subtracted it by like 5 years. Like, do you think that like are things just going so well that like quantum computers are now an inevitability?
Yeah, so
At scale,
let me
I should say.
put something in the chat. So we normally deal with Global Foundries and TSMC for chip fabrication. But we recently just spent $230 million from our IPO building our own foundry in Toronto, so that we can fabricate all of our own chips. 1 second, just finding a picture. But here we go. So this is 36 modular quantum computers that we've networked together. It's pretty nifty. And so now we're scaling up.
You have quantum computers that are not hooked up to a giant refrigerating unit?
No, you can, photonics you can operate at room temperature. And it's which is very nice to the investors.
You guys have demonstrated a working quantum computer at room temperature?
What on earth?
Yeah, here, the Nature article.
Oh my god.
Very cool.
I need to keep up. Let's see. My work.
You're gonna destroy humanity. Hell yeah.
When was this published?
2025.
a year and a
How
half
much?
ago. I'm behind. Oh no.
So I assume you're with a private organization doing this rather than like in some kind of like
Yeah,
government
it's
one, right?
Zing. Yeah.
So you have a
Oh, cool.
physical
How much?
quantum computer. Sorry. I'm just.
Well,
I'm
it's made of
just-
light, right? So it's not that physical. Dude, I know, right? It's crazy.
The
I
more
gotta know. I gotta know. So
interesting
what is your fidelity rate, and how many qubits are you working at?
I don't know the numbers off the top of my head since we've recently partnered with Kroner, I think is the name of it.
Mm-hmm.
They make like 90% of the fiber optics in the world. So we're implementing that right now. If I just go to Signal, though, I should see the loss rates. R&D fidelity.
Furnishing 12 qubits at each clock cycle.
So we had a previous computer with more. This was a demonstration that we could actually network multiple computers together. That was the purpose of this.
Yeah,
one.
wow.
You can network them together and
so
retain the quantum state?
Yeah, so we pretty much just trap them in a 13-kilometer fiber optic loop. And they just loop around and around and around.
That's it. Yeah, simple. Obviously.
How do you...
That's crazy.
Isn't there like a statistical chance some fucking thing's gonna bump into it, even when it's in the cable? You don't need...
No, well, somewhat. So that's why you see, if you go to the picture, you can see there's multiple different sections. Each of the blue kind of, what's it called? Each of like the blue rack mount devices. So vertically, each of those is one module.
Wow.
So we have each of them performs different things, and then you obviously have all your laser drivers on that furthest left side rack. So we get a lot of loss from the actual lasers. Like we lose about 95% of the entangled photons we create, but we lose a little under 1% once we have created a GKP qubit. So we lose a lot of them before they actually hit, I guess you could say, anywhere where there's gates. But once they get to where they're being processed by gates, we retain over 99% of them.
Yeah, wow.
Which is fine because we can just have more lasers.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, if it's incredibly cheap and you can, like, in some sense, the loss doesn't matter. You just keep scaling till it gets...
There's an interesting stat as well. Since it's lasers, not stupidly, high power, we will only have about 10% of the energy footprint of a normal data center that's the same size. So it'll be a 90% reduction in energy compared to just average data center.
So
that is very cool.
If you can really if you can delay something at room temperature with a laser, like the laser can be delayed in the fiber optic line by just making it really long. Haven't you effectively created a little mini quantum RAM?
Well, so the issue was never... so cooling for photonics only existed for detecting the photons. That was the big issue for a long time. You needed either like single photon detectors, or if you're a lab, you would use transition edge sensors. And those need to be near absolute zero. Otherwise, you get a lot of misses when you're trying to do coincidence counting. So there was a method that was recently fully fleshed out called homodyne detection, where we can perform extremely accurate coincidence counting at room temperature. We're still messing around with a few methods that cryogenics might be useful for, but it's not technically necessary.
Interesting.
There's
This makes me want to be an experimentalist.
Are you guys open? You guys open on the stock market, or is this like?
we IPO'd last year.
Oh,
Yeah,
really?
you said
Well,
230
6-7
million,
months.
right?
Yeah,
That you guys reinvested. Yeah. Yeah, you guys have already hit.
we just got pledged 400 million by the government in Canada, which is the most they've ever pledged to any private company.
Interesting.
Wait,
Yeah, I was gonna.
I would want to invest too. What's your company's name?
Xanadu. This isn't an ad, though. Don't.
This is
Ah, Pokemon, let's go.
Pokemon. Yeah. See, I
Yeah,
feel like
that
I
is-
If
feel
you're
like
interested, though, Bobby, I'll put this for you.
well, I feel like everyone
It's,
is thinking IBM is going to be the winner in the quantum race just because of their they hold like half the seats on the whatever the quantum standards board, and they
Mhm.
developed the Qiskit package, right?
It's funny you should mention that, because Qiskit is not an original invention by IBM. We made a
Okay,
package
sure.
called Pennylane first, which
Okay.
was even stated by them to be a derivative.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, it's open source, so that's
Yeah, we're open source as well. It was just
Yeah, but then you guys made it
It's
first, which
funny
is even
because a
funnier.
lot of people think that Qiskit is the original simulator.
Oh, I see. What
It
you're
is
saying.
not. It was
I,
second fiddle, like everything IBM does. So I just.
I don't know, man. They
But
have
if
a lot of
I had-
money.
My issue with their claims is if you go back to like their 2018 roadmap, they said they would have broken RSA last year. So
Really?
it's like they've
No,
pushed their
th-
timetable. Yeah, they've pushed their timetable 6 times since they began working on this by multiple
they
years.
The latest one, or the older one that I remember looking up, they said 2035, but then they moved it to 2030.
Here, let me find the original. Because they changed it quite a few times. It's actually kind of like a running joke around these places because they keep the exact same like layout where you have all those blocks stacked, but they'll subtly move them around every few months. It's
just to really quickly ask as well, because I don't have a lot of time to stay. I was curious in terms of because you guys are a private company, but then like how much interface you guys have with governments over this technology, right? Because obviously like the immediate like serious application for it is like decryption in terms of once it's at scale. Like and maybe you can't comment, or maybe it's outside of like your realm of understanding of like what's going on within the company, but like to what extent like are you aware of any conversations with your company and multiple governments or a government with regards to sort of like what happens with this technology? Because obviously you guys would want to keep it proprietary, but there's also a very like immediate serious threat to every single nation the moment you can, in theory, like break SHA encryption and stuff like that, right?
Well,
I don't know I don't know the exact mechanism by which it's handled, but like regulatory wise. But if you look at us or Rigetti, PsiQuantum, all these kind of different companies, they all have like big contracts with firms like In-Q-Tel, who, you know, that's the venture capital arm of like the CIA. So I'm sure that gets handled in the background. I have no idea how it works, and I'm not particularly interested in it. I'm more interested in the organic chemistry applications.
No.
Yeah,
that's fair. But it checks out that they're involved with that group.
I sent that little.
It basically means you guys are on a side already, which is that's all I was really curious about. I sort of figured that was going to be the case.
It can be a little wonky.
Yeah. So the I mean, the main thing about encryption is that it's been worked on for decades. Shor's algorithm was known a very long time ago. Um, and in general, we have all kinds of algorithms that, in theory, should be defendable on even a quantum computer. So these are typically lattice based encryption algorithms because lattice theory doesn't exhibit a group. And if you don't exhibit a group, then you're not able to solve the discrete log problem. There is no discrete log problem to solve, and so you can't employ Shor's algorithm. So
Oh, maybe I've misunderstood. I was just thinking encryption for bit-based
so
computing, like current hardware, right?
Yeah,
yes,
that's already
correct.
being like
Mm.
migrated
And the point is that
slowly.
yeah,
Yes.
there's a lot of migration going on, but some of these are still like they're in like OpenSSL, which is like the standard of encryption, right? And there's many
Mm.
bodies involved in making sure that everyone has the appropriate encryption algorithms and everything available to them, right? And so the point is that if and when quantum computers actually get to the point where they can actually do serious breakage of stuff, in theory, the entire world will have transitioned over into quantum resistant algorithms, right? So
Yeah, that was
The
specifically the thing I was curious about.
yeah,
the bigger thing that most banks specifically, from the ones I've talked to, are worried about is harvest now, decrypt later. So, it,
Mm.
like if data is collected before a service has migrated over to post quantum cryptography, and that data will be broken at some point.
Yeah.
I also sent Bobby in the side chat. That was IBM's original one. So it was 2023, and 2024 they wanted to scale to those rough numbers.
The rough numbers. Oh, this is IBM's thingy.
Yeah. And then they
Uh,
changed it again and again.
Yeah, right, yeah.
They keep moving it.
Really, they said in 2018 that they would have a 1,121 qubit chip in 2023.
Yep.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, so they were off a little bit years ago. I just find it weird that they
I
had
do
a
think you're
time
right with
frame.
2030.
You think they have it
That's
right with 2030? Okay.
Yeah, so pretty much everyone that I know in the industry agrees that 2030 is when everyone is going to scale at roughly the exact same time. Most companies are going to die, and a few of them are going to get really, really rich. um, but there is also like subtle differences between some of these companies. Like, let's say, let's not use, right. Let's say PsiQuantum. PsiQuantum and IonQ. One of them does photonics, one of them does ion trapping. PsiQuantum would be able to run Shor's algorithm quite a bit faster than IonQ would, because applying gates to trapped ions takes a lot longer than applying gates to photons. It's around 1,000 times longer to apply a gate to a trapped ion. So there's small quirks too in all these kind of companies. It's all silly.
Yeah, the point is the encryption part is fine, and it's
Yeah.
kind of a weird thing, right? Like quantum computers are going to break a thing that we all care about, and it will be sad to permanently retire RSA as an algorithm, right? That'll be a sad day. It'll then go back into the history of being useless math again. Um, but but you know it's the point is that the world's not going to come to an end, and it isn't like there's it isn't like there's an ability for quantum computers to just like snap a finger and go from 0 to a billion immediately. Everyone that
Yeah.
is working on this is spending a shitload of money, and the time frames are the scalability is going to take some time, right? And so by the time you reach, you know, your million qubits or whatever, that's, you know, probably going to let you start breaking actual RSA, like real RSA problems, right? We will have well been notified and transitioned well before then, right? Like the whole world will
Yeah.
have known, right? And so
Yeah,
that isn't
and
really so much of a concern. What is much more of a concern is what the capabilities that are going to be available with quantum computers, which involve real world simulations. These are things, and there's a difference, right? On a classical computer, you type in equations and you simulate the environment, right? And so the equations are trying to mimic what you would expect. Quantum computers behave in the opposite fashion, where they can simulate, they aren't really simulating, they're doing what nature does. And then we get to witness the calculation. Like we can calculate what the value's supposed to be, and then we can then attempt to try to understand that the modeling of that, right? And so like this is not something you can get on a classical computer. It's completely different. Um, and so quantum computers just offer an access to stuff that we would otherwise not have. Um, there's other applications like Grover's algorithm lets us speed up any
yeah,
binary
Grover's cool.
operation, and
But,
so theoretically there's a possibility of making AI convergence much faster using quantum computers, right? And so those are the kind of things people are aiming for with quantum computers.
my personal favorite one is the HHL algorithm
Mhm.
for solving systems of linear equations. I think that will be quite nifty.
Is that different from Grover's or Shor's? I haven't heard of that one.
It's a bit different, yeah. You assume a system is sparse for it. It was made by someone, one of the people who made it, we consult with.
Because a lot of quantum algorithms, I don't know if you've heard the sentiment that like it feels like every quantum algorithm is like either Shor's or Grover's
Yeah.
or like a combination of the both, right? Like people just iterate them over and over again. Um, so I'm always skeptical if I hear about a new algorithm. I mean, there's other little like
HHL is considered a fundamental algorithm, so it's in the same
Really?
realm as Shor's or Grover's. Yes,
really.
it's newer though, which is why it's not all people have heard of it.
Oh, well then that's fascinating. I will have to read about HHL then.
Yeah, I saw her package in the Google search. You scroll down. Penny Lane.
Solves the system of linear equations. It offers an exponential speed up over classical algorithms. Really? For sparse matrices. Interesting.
Pretty useful.
Yeah, that sounds incredibly useful. How many sparse
There was,
matrices have I worked with? So many.
We were actually talking about like physical applications. I was earlier today with some people, and it could be quite useful for radar imaging. And since
Oh.
like electromagnetic equations can be expressed as systems of linear equations.
Quantum
So that's
phase
one that I'm excited for.
eigenvalues. This sounds like Shor's algorithm. Extracts the eigenvalues using a Hamiltonian simulation. Applies the rotations of a reverses.
What's your
this.
background in education or your education background?
Me?
Yeah.
I got my master's degree in quantum information from the University of Waterloo. And then I got an honorary PhD in computational neuroscience from the University of Calgary.
The only I know Waterloo's good,
Where
but
the
I
vampires
always
live.
remember. Yeah, I always remember that one image. There's like a famous image of an
Oh,
engineering
it's
student.
yeah, before and
Yeah.
after.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I think of when I see Waterloo.
The main difference for Shor's and QPE is that QPE is a primitive that Shor's technically uses internally. Because Shor's is I guess you'd call it like a first order algorithm, but it's not a primitive to something like QPE is.
QPE. Yeah, well,
Quantum phase estimation, yeah.
Sure. Okay. So we're
Yeah.
So the moment I hear quantum phase estimation, that's what I think of as Shor's algorithm, because isn't that the original? He originally developed that, right? And then
Yeah,
he
with
figured
QPE.
out you could use it in a clever way to factor integers, right? But the point is that so in my you're correct. This Shor's algorithm is not this, but this is this is really the thing that makes Shor's algorithm works, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
like in my
Shor's
mind,
algorithm is
yeah.
number theory plus that.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So like so anyway, so that's you're correct. It's just in my head, I'm really thinking of QPE. And so if this algorithm is an application of QPE, then that's I guess what I meant by is it just an application of Shor's algorithm, right?
Yeah. Like factoring is more Shor's area. HHL is focused purely on systems of linear equations.
Sure. You know,
Yeah.
I don't disagree. I
Yeah.
understand what you're saying. Shor's algorithm is technically about factoring. It's just I always every time I'm thinking of Shor's algorithm, I'm thinking of QPE. I'm not thinking of the number theory part.
Yeah. There's a lot of like different algorithms too that just aren't like that known in the mainstream, I guess. But like there's one called Simon's algorithm.
Yes.
And it gives you exponential query separation for finding XOR periods.
Mm-hmm. Yes,
All
correct.
sorts
Yes.
of things. Yeah.
But it's hard to.
A lot of them are built on things like Shor's or Grover or similar primitives, though.
So some of those other algorithms, though, they don't have like. They don't. We can't imagine when that would happen. When would I have a binary circuit where I have all the ands and or bits available to me, but I can't tell the linear coefficient, right? Like I can't see that. Like that just seems like something that would never happen. It could.
Yeah, some of it is just someone wanted to write a PhD thesis.
Yeah. So it is true that if you had a circuit and you could see all of the ands and or gates and you transcribe those onto a quantum computer, you would then be able to figure out the linear, the linear coefficient to this equation. And it's like, that's brilliant, right? And technically that's an algorithm that's not QPE or Grover's, right? It's not either of those. But it's there's no application for it. Like
Some of
I can't imagine that would ever happen, right?
some of these don't have standalone applications either,
Mm.
but can
Mhm.
become useful when combined with other algorithms.
Mm. Gotcha.
And
Yeah, I
like,
imagine that would be the case. Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, like one that is quite useful is variational quantum eigensolvers, and for like just finding ground state energies. It's very, very, very fast at that, and it works on noisy quantum computers. They don't have to be completely fault tolerant, so that you can like execute those on ones that already exist. We actually in 2019 we wrote a paper alongside Volkswagen where we were able to increase the ion density of their battery by 22% using VQE simulations.
Really?
Yeah.
That's impressive.
I always argue that it's the first real use of a quantum computer.
That sounds like the first real use of a quantum computer.
Yeah.
That's super cool. Holy.
Yeah, we're partnered with so many car companies because there's actually like quite a few chemistry applications that they're interested in. There's
Really?
different components. Yeah.
I just didn't even think quantum
Volkswagen,
computers were at the
BMW.
level to be able to answer even remotely mild questions yet. I mean, we're at like a few hundred qubits at the most, and still incredibly noisy. The ones I played around with at IBM, they were at like 96 fidelity, 96% fidelity.
Yeah.
So like these are just like, it's like you do a few iterations and your entanglement just like completely goes to shit, right? And it's like, oh, well, okay, well, you can just like run it a billion times, I guess, right?
Yeah, there is a difference as well, though, because qubits is we have to use it because it's industry standard, but it is quite the misleading term for continuous variable quantum computing, because like an optical mode isn't like a two-level system; it's a Fock space, so it has to be described completely differently. And it's kind of funky. Our first like actual demonstration of quantum advantage was doing Gaussian boson sampling, and which is it's. Do you know the Hafnian?
The Hafnian? You mean like the square root of negation?
It's it somewhat. It's related.
I mean, it sounds like you're giving me a logic gate, a quantum logic gate.
The Hafnian is just a problem that exists.
Oh, it's a problem. No, so I'm not familiar. No.
It's like a distribution. Well, it's every possible way of pairing up a symmetric matrix. And then what is the sum of the products of each paired weight? So it's an extremely complex problem on a classical computer if you have a large matrix. But with quantum computers, specifically continuous variable quantum computers, it becomes quite trivial. But I need to point out as well that that's specifically with continuous variable, because we have access to certain gates that discrete variable quantum computers don't have access to.
Certainly, yeah.
Yeah, which is quite a nice thing to have, because if someone discovers algorithms with those gates, only we get them.
Interesting. Are you? I'm sorry. Let me ask that. Are you saying that there are additional gates on a continuous variable quantum computer that a discrete, I guess, quantum computer would not have? Or I'm not sure if there
Um,
is that the correct description of other
it's
quantum
it's a
computers,
different
or
like naive gate set, I guess you could say.
naive? Okay,
Like
that's a better
yeah,
description. Yeah.
yeah. Because like we have squeezing, which is
Mm.
just squeezing quadrature for the light. Or phase rotation, you rotate the entire phase space. There's things like that. That
You're
yeah,
squeezing.
yeah.
Interesting.
It's actually in our original system called Borealis, we weren't able to create enough actual qubits because of loss. And so we invented something called squeeze states, which
Huh.
can't perform quantum computations, but they can act as fillers that qubits don't have any issue working with. And they can perform the calculation, albeit slower, but it works as a filler in case you can't produce a qubit in time.
Wow, that is fascinating. This is
It's
mind blowing.
I love
Man,
optics.
I got like an optic quantum computer as a guest here. Well, thank you.
Well,
Huh.
optics is the best. I mean, you just get a fancy ass crystal and you can make entangled photons.
So at the beginning of this year, I attended a talk on optics, right? Where it was on information transfer, so it wasn't on quantum computers, but they were interested in um, uh, forcing topologies within the light so that they could attempt to the application part is to attempt to send more information within the light, right? And so, because normally the way light works is you put like you just do the different things. You're like, okay, I'm going to polarize it, and I'm going to send it with different frequencies, and I'm going to do what is it? You can send two light streams at the same time as long as they're orthogonal to each other, right?
Yep.
And so you can do all these little thingies, and then you put devices on the other end to split it all back apart so you can get all the parts back out, right? But this is like, well, we would like to actually send topological surfaces inside of the light. And so one of the things they demonstrated was that they could have light streaming, and they could they could do an operation on it like this is what it looked like in the presentation. I mean, it's all animated or whatever, but they're going to like bump the light, and it will force it to twist, and it creates a trefoil, right? Like a literal trefoil in the light, right? And then they were able to detect it on the other side. So they did this physically. They were able to actually demonstrate that they could create a trefoil and then detect the trefoil. And I'm like, that is fucking insane, right? And so there's a shitload of quantum mechanics in that, because you're basically having all these different dimensions interact with each other, right? Whether it's the phase or the frequency or whatever. And so it makes me anyway, I was really blown away by that, like this idea of being able to do topological light transference, right? So you guys coming up with another gate essentially called the squeeze gate. That is really
I put a little picture, a little animation in the side chat.
Let me see this. That's just fucking weird, man. that is really cool. That's very cool.
I mean, like lasers. An idealized Gaussian laser, let's say, is like the most I say the most quantum natural thing that you can like build on top of. Like photons just inherently have all of these kind of properties that make it a very, rather than working with what's already naturally supplied.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, because you have like so many degrees of freedom. You have like obviously the frequency, you have polarization, spatial modes, radial modes. But there's even you can encode photons through time, so time bend encoding. And there's a lot of different kind of processes that you can take. It's
Yeah.
I mean, Psych Quantum has their own approach too. They do quantum teleportation on their photonics platform, which is pretty nifty.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Man, how many more? So you can is it a proof that this matrix problem that you guys have cannot be done faster than the continuous variable version than the continuous variable quantum computer?
So we benchmarked originally against the Frontier supercomputer, which was the 11th fastest in the world at the time we did it.
Mhm.
And we finished it in, I think it was like 2.5 seconds, the entire problem. And the estimation from Frontier was it would have taken them 11 billion years
Mm.
to complete the same calculation.
Oh,
It's
so what I meant was
if discrete variable quantum computers
yeah,
could do it.
discrete variable quantum computer, yeah.
There have been attempts by IonQ to replicate it, and to my knowledge, they haven't succeeded.
Mm. So there, I guess what I'm wondering is, so we have quantum information theory, right? Where it's like, okay, you have all these qubits, right? And in theory, we would imagine that quantum computers are independent of quantum information theory. So, like, if you give me the classic gates, I think you only need like a few of them. You need like a control gate and a Hadamard gate, and then you can get all the other gates out of it, right?
Yeah.
And so as long as you have
RXO,
those two, you can generate everything. Now, theoretically, there could be other gates out there that may be required to be that they can only be approximated. And this is the same thing on a classical computer too, right? Because you can have a classical computer that is discrete or a classical computer that's variable. There's plenty of variable gates that exist on a classical computer. You can only access them by doing a large sequence of the discrete gates to turn them into to approximate the variable gate, right?
Yeah, some only can be approximated.
Yes.
But there's a proof for this. I can see if I can find it, but there's an infinitely many possible quantum gates.
Sure. Yes, but the
you
question is,
no hardware platform can contain them, of course.
I guess I was under the impression, or correct me if I'm wrong, I was under the impression that a classical or a discrete quantum computer can arbitrarily approximate any continuous variable quantum computer, right? Or a quantum program, right?
Yes, it can, but that doesn't mean it maps one-to-one. So
Certainly
they
not.
could solve
Certainly not,
the Hafnian,
Mhm.
and they could still get a quantum advantage, but that doesn't mean that they will get the same advantage that we do. They have to take a different approach to solve the problem. It's possible, and there's like papers about how you would go about it. It's just more complicated because it doesn't naturally map to DV as well.
Gotcha.
So, yeah, technically possible.
I see. Gotcha.
But one important thing is that all of the bosonic Hilbert spaces that CV gets kind of instantiate, not all of them can be uniformly approximated by DV computers. They both have, yes, it's actually a quite recent finding. I think it happened in like 2024. Because previously it was assumed that you could just, map any to anything and you'd have it. But a big one is DV. I mean displacement. That's a gate for CV quantum computing. It acts on a vacuum. It's a pretty complex one, but DV can only approximate it. It can't actually implement the gate as it is, laid out in CV. the CV gate is an exact definition, where DV they have to take a different road to approximate how CV would accomplish the same thing.
Sure. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, same with squeezing.
Yeah. We yeah, we imagine that's just like because that's the same as a classical computer that's discrete versus continuous. You get the same thing, right?
Yeah. I guess you could even say, like, if you only have access to shorts, or if you have access to shorts and ints, you can approximate integers, sure, but it doesn't mean that you actually have integers for it.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So the what would be of interest though is if there was a quantum computer that was able to that came up with a new novel thing, right? Like a new gate, but I don't even know how that would work because the whole theory is around qubits. So like, why? How would you even think in terms of?
A lot of our breakthroughs come from working on our simulators, like a large amount of it, because we'll just be like trying to find a way to make the simulator more efficient, and we'll stumble upon some mathematics where it's like, hey, wait a minute, this could actually probably be quite useful. There was trying to remember the exact mechanism, but it has to do with shadows, so that we could perform gradient descent faster on our QML portion of things, and that got turned into a whole paper about how there is actually ways to make certain QML processes faster. There's also one recently where we were trying to optimize our QROM, and so, or QRAM, I should say, or QROM, depends on what part of the world you're in. But we halved the previously thought amount of QROM you needed for certain tasks. But that was just because we were like screwing around with the simulator and we kept getting memory issues. And so we just like put our heads together and thought about, on a classical computer, how can we do this faster? And then we had it. Oh, wait, we could also apply this to quantum computers.
Wow.
So a lot of it comes from just studying things that are already known, classical computers, and then finding mappings from that.
Yeah.
I think it will be interesting once we have quantum computers, if we can use that to make breakthroughs on them. If, just when people are working with the quantum computers themselves, it'd be like, hey, I could probably make it better by doing this.
Right.
Once that becomes the norm. Because, like, we're trying to get the next generation ready. Like, I want to say, like, once every 3 months, a bunch of us go down to a bunch of different, like, elementary schools, and we just do, like, a little course for some students about, some pretty simple quantum mechanics, and then have them screw around with our Python and library, stuff like that. Just try to get them ready for the new world.
The new world. So we're all going to have quantum computer cell phones at some point. Is that the vision?
I don't think that. It's going to be cloud-based for sure.
That'd be fun.
I mean, who knows them very well.
Yeah.
I mean, if we can, we are interoperable with normal telecom fiber. So, I mean, technically, you could get a router in the future. There's going to be an uplink directly to our server racks.
Really?
Yeah.
You guys are using completely normal fiber optics lines.
1550 nanometers and 1310 nanometers. Yeah.
Oh my god!
And the reason for that wasn't
voodoo
intentional.
magic is this? How is
they actually are just really good wavelengths for.
That just also tied to you saying you work with that company that produces 95% of the fibers. The same kind of root cause. Yeah,
exactly.
That's so cool.
But it was actually not our choice to use those wavelengths. When we were like all starting out, we were so broke that we could only afford telecom equipment and lasers that used to be used in fiber optics and things like that. So we just kind of were forced upon those wavelengths and ended up being like, wow, this is really good now that we're on them.
Wow. Interesting.
Optics is cool.
Huh.
It's used like everywhere. DNA sequencing.
I walk
Unless you're
around
doing,
with my
like,
eyes
nano
closed.
for- Unless you're doing like nano for DNA sequencing, it's all optics based for the fluorescent microscopy. I love it. You get to shine lasers at stuff. Don't get it in your eye.
Don't
And
get it in your
it's
eye.
really easy to demonstrate.
Are you using that
for-
bright of lasers? I thought they'd be like little tiny.
I have a bunch at home that I also screw with. That's
Oh, okay.
why.
So they're
There's
not
that,
like
yeah.
regulated, or you're. I'm
Yeah,
sure
some
a
of my
laser
little-
pointer is probably a more powerful laser, right? I mean,
Yeah.
yeah. These things are.
Well, so yes, but no. When they're actually traveling through the fiber,
Oh my.
the laser is a lot weaker. But we're pumping like 9,000 different
Wait.
fibers.
You posted this in
That's-
the Discord?
Yeah,
This was posted in the
That's my,
Discord a while ago.
yeah, that's my at-home setup.
Jesus, man.
Holy moly!
You're living the life. You're living the dream. Look at this. It was every nerd's dream. Oh my god.
A lot of the stuff is like you can get really, really cheap optics off places like eBay that are unopened. Because every like 4-ish years, the optics departments at universities completely recycle everything.
Really?
So you can get like 10 grand worth of optics for like $200 on eBay.
What the?
Yeah, it's
Wow.
great.
Okay, yeah, you just gave me something I'm about to.
I mean, also, I got a laser. I sent a picture of that in there too. Yeah, I'll put it here as well. I got a laser that's a solid state laser, and I just took it the copper thermoelectric cooler and the crystal inside of it, and that's an LVO crystal, so you can use it to make entangled photons by changing its orientation.
Holy moly!
Because it's kind of this is actually quite an interesting thing. So you have what's called some frequency generation, where you take two photons of like two smaller wavelength photons, and you combine them back together through this nonlinear optical process. And then you get a bigger photon. And that's how most lasers actually get the wavelength they desire, because they can't. A lot of these wavelengths don't actually have natural means to produce them. You have to use some sort of optical process like that. But the same crystals also can perform that exact reverse process, where you have one high energy photon, and it gets broken into, so that you can serve momentum, gets broken into two lower energy photons that are also entangled.
Right.
Spontaneous parametric emitters. It's great for demos though, because like a lot of this stuff is really easy to show image-wise. Like this is what we got during my lectures for explaining it. You shine the laser beam in, it goes through the crystal, and you get two photons from the other side that are now entangled. And that's great for.
I like how you just. I like how you just have all these pictures available. That's so
I know where to fold them up, so I just
That is
I like-
cool.
showing people stuff.
Yes.
This is another diagram.
You said
Aren't the
a solid state. Oh, I was just gonna say. You said was it a solid state crystal or solid
No,
state
solid state
laser?
laser. Diode pump solid state laser.
So here's the thing. I know the word solid state because that's the work that my granddad did, but I don't know what that means. Could you explain it to me, please?
Oh, like solid state laser?
Well, I know solid state theory, right? Like the theoretical physics behind like properties of physical objects in terms of like how electrons behave in them. But I don't know what a solid state laser is.
Yeah, sure. So there's actually a bunch of different. They're called ND-YAG crystals, and they have. I don't even know how to say that element. It starts with a Y. It doesn't matter. Basically,
Mhm.
these crystals are also nonlinear optical processes like the one I sent before, where
Yeah.
when it gets pumped with like a flash lamp, so just like pretty much like a bright field LED, when it has a big white light against it, the crystal absorbs the energy. The atoms in the crystal get excited, and then the excited atoms release the laser beam.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Yeah. The here, like this.
Basically, it's a
Aluminium garnet.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Yeah. I was gonna say. I assume it's a very specific yttrium. Yeah. It's a specific solid that's been researched to be like it behaves in this specific way when you blast it with light, and then you use it for this reason. Makes cool laser separation
Well,
and vice versa.
ND-YAG crystals make infrared light. And so that process I talked about before, they make infrared light at 1064 nanometers. And that process I talked about before, some frequency generation, it turns those 1064. So two 1064 nanometer photons enter the crystal, and out pops one 532 nanometer green photon.
Oh, sick! I understand what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah,
Wow.
the momentum has to be conserved. So if they find crystals that exhibit certain properties, they know exactly what will come out due to just energy conservation or momentum conservation.
Yeah.
There's also ruby. Was the very first crystal ever. I think it was actually the very first laser ever. I don't think CO2 lasers were the first. I'm pretty sure it was a ruby. Just a big ass chunk of lab grown.
Big ass chunk of ruby.
Yeah, to make red lasers. And then titanium sapphire is also used.
Yes, I also know little about lasers, so the fact that you've said that there are CO2 lasers now makes way more sense in terms of why it's called a solid state laser. It's like obviously a physical crystal, and it's using that theoretical physics basically.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, cool. No, thank you for the explanation.
If you see lasers that involve sapphire too, they are normally very, very, very fast, like femtosecond pulse lasers. I actually don't know the exact reason behind it. I just know that that's what they all use for some reason.
Yeah, cool.
Aren't the strongest lasers like clear or something? Like I've seen this guy on TikTok. He like destroys things with this clear laser or something. Like you can't see it.
Infrared or
you
UV.
Can't see it.
Yep.
Yeah, the UV and infrared are both, invisible to the human eye. But UV is stronger in terms of the energy. But that also it's weird because UV has higher radiation, like per photon, but infrared produces more heat, which is an interesting phenomenon.
Interesting.
Yeah, there's some reason. It's not anything to do with the actual physics behind it. I think it's a biological explanation just on how the skin absorbs the light. That one of them burns more, even though it's low energy. Don't shine lasers at yourself, though. Anyone listening, it's not good. You hurt yourself.
Child me wishes you told me that.
It's like if anyone ever plans on working with lasers of any form, don't go and buy goggles from like Amazon, because they'll say that they're like OD 7 plus certified, so they should be good for like pretty much any class of laser, but they're not. It's just some lie from
Yeah.
a Chinese company selling this product for a week before their shop gets shut down because someone got blinded.
Because it's Amazon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like if you should, it's recommended that you get something from like Thor's Labs. They sell goggles, or Zeiss, I guess they sell them too. They're like not cheap. They're like $160, but you can be sure that you're never going to go blind. So,
Yeah.
It's
That's
the
sort
same
of true
thing.
generally of most safety equipment, actually. Like,
Yeah, it's like the same thing with the solar eclipse viewing like glasses. Like you can't buy the Amazon ones. Yep.
There's, I think that for like physics demonstrations, though, optics is the very nice way to do things. I mean, you have things like beam splitters. Like that's the best demonstrator I've ever seen. Just two prisms that are stuck together, and it's a 50-50 beam splitter. 50% of chances through, 50% it gets reflected. That's great for demonstrating concepts like superposition. And like, yeah, I don't know. I like it. Most of it, yeah. That's the area that I focus by far the most on is optics. Other areas not the brightest in.
That is awesome.
that's very cool.
Yeah.
That's very cool. Yeah, that's really
Now
awesome.
we all
man.
know optics.
That is very cool.
I decided maybe I should chat instead of type.
Yeah. Certainly.
I like
love
this
learning
server
new
though.
things.
I see you're on
Join the
Blitz's
server, we
server
need more
too.
people. Yeah, I've been in
Yeah.
there before. So until like I want to say a year and a half ago, I was just of like the belief that most people believed that science was like true, and then I was just like so disappointed when I was like I started looking at like polling data
Yeah.
about beliefs and stuff.
Yeah.
I'm like, holy moly, it was like terrifying.
I had the exact same experience. I was in this delusion of like anti-vaxxers are some
Fringe.
crazy small. Yeah,
Wow.
they're like the there's a few percentage of people. They're little dum dums. Whatever, right? And then
The rest of society.
yeah, then it turned into this polarized issue, and I remember the day where it was like I posted on Facebook like, dear friends and family, just remember, go get your COVID vaccine. We all want to be safe. And for the first time in my life, I had people I'd known for a long time. What the fuck are you talking about? Nano robots, freaking like out of the woodwork, shit spewing, and I'm like, my God, like, so a huge chunk of the population is so dumb, and I'm like, they're so dumb they don't know they're like. You would imagine that if you were so dumb, you'd be like, well, I just need to listen to the smart people because I'm not smart enough to know what the correct thing to do is, right? But
Nope, not gonna do that.
So some of the they're just so dumb. They're like, no. The scientists are trying to kill us, and you're like, the science, what? And it's like, why? To what end? What is their goal? I don't know. They love.
It's funny because I got my vaccines and blood work done today because I'm about to go to uni. So I got my vaccines. I'm like, I told my friend, and he made a joke. He's like, "Oh, so you're a liberal now?" And I'm like, okay, I laughed, but I'm like, but implicitly, like, there's some like I didn't even think he would like consider making that joke, but that means that his parents also must talk about that stuff too. And I'm like, that's crazy.
Yeah.
No. The vaccine you got makes you liberal.
It's a lot more than 1%. But if like 1% of America believed that vaccines are super dangerous, that's still 3 million people that talk to a lot of other people. Like,
I know
it's
it's a crazy amount. You're like, but no,
Yeah.
It's also way higher than 1%.
I
it
always have
turning
hard
into a
times rectifying
political
things like
issue.
that.
It being a
Oh, yeah.
political issue is insane. I never thought, how did science turn into a political issue? You know, but I don't know. People have done retroactive analysis now, and it's like people go through the, you know, they read the tea leaves and they're like, oh, look at, you know, this has been
The tea
brewing for
leaves.
decades or whatever, right? And it's like, oh, I guess, I don't know, like, because you kind of see it with like random ass shit where, you know, people are taking crazy conspiracy things, right? But I don't know. I had no idea that the population was that far gone. That it was in such mass numbers that you would have like 25% of the country outraged at the prospect of getting a fucking little needle poke. Like, vaccines are like the most benign medical thing you could ever do, you know? They're like the
And then they'll
least.
go sell you supplements.
Yeah,
Untested supplements, yeah.
I know.
Hey
Untested
man,
supplements
that
with no regulation, but those are
I
freedom because they're outside the government's
yeah,
purview, you know?
I
Yep.
know people who were like, "You got the COVID vaccine? What's wrong with you?" Who now shoot up
Yeah.
Chinese peptides. Like,
Yeah.
are you kidding me?
Oh my gosh. Yes, that it's so bad, Bobby. I remember I told you about like the gym community. So I'm friends with a lot of gym people, and that is very true. All these people back in 2019, oh my gosh, no, no, no. And then it's like, oh, but these things that will make you lose weight faster and will make your skin clearer that are from China and are not regulated whatsoever. Oh yeah, let's start pinning that in our butts. Yes.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
So, some of it is hype that I do understand though. Like GLP-1 was like a
Run the truth
massive
side, yeah.
breakthrough in that area.
Yes.
And so everyone's trying to chase that fire still. They're realizing, okay, maybe this was just, you know, what it was, a breakthrough in one specific area. It's not something like super repeatable. I mean, it's
Yeah.
crazy
So
how that GLP-1 works though.
Yeah, the
it's
Reddit
really
Tide stuff, that's gonna be insane once it's like FDA approved fully.
it's really interesting to me hearing both you, Bobby, and Butterfly like say that like this this dawning of like most people don't like most people believing in science was like a shattering world perspective for you guys. Whereas for me, it's like that's the reason I'm coming back to science after 10 years. It's like, oh, this is how everybody thinks I've known for a while because this is the thing that I studied. Like, you know, I started with psychology and then got into philosophy, and then became super concerned with like basically AI. And I was like, oh, there's this other stuff I should probably go back and actually really, really get to the nitty gritty of in terms of like being able to better communicate, I guess, about these ideas was like the driving factor for me.
I'm glad that there's like communicators popping up to combat it though. I want to say it was 2023 or 2024. I went to back to university for a conference at the Perimeter Institute, and again, Eric Weinstein was there, and he was just like walking up to people, and he'd be like, "Hey, have you heard of my theory?" Blah 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 blah, and then they just like walk as fast away from him as they could. Like it's, and then I see him on the Joe Rogan podcast, and he's like, "Yeah, I was consulting with all of my physics colleagues." It's like, oh my god,
Yeah,
like,
man.
and there's no one to combat that claim. But like people were like just, okay, yeah, cool, man, I'm walking away. Like it's just crackpot. Also, he's like the most failed academic out of like any academic ever. He has one paper, which is for his PhD, in mathematical physics, and then he never did anything in science again.
Wait,
Like
who? Are you,
Eric Weinstein. Yeah,
His
he has
geometric
a
unity.
Brother. Twin
his
brother of
geometric unity
I
wasn't
don't
his-
count that. No, I don't
Oh,
count that as a paper.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. You're like, that's not peer reviewed. Gotcha. I understand.
Yeah.
It's not.
Yeah.
You're right.
His I think it was an extension of the Yang-Mills equations for his actual PhD.
Yeah.
But it is fishy when someone gets that and then, you know, they don't do anything else in the region and they instantly go and start working for Peter Thiel. Like, I don't know.
I don't know. How does the right
Oh,
wing
Peter Thiel.
find these people? They find crazy people.
They
and
pay them
fund
money.
them.
A
They're
lot of
like-
money.
I just don't like. Does the left do that? Like, Charlie Kirk was just given $25 million to continue spreading bullshit at university campuses, right?
Well, I mean,
By the
we see
GOP.
we see like a lot of Republican-funded micro influencers, and I assume the ones that are the most successful, they get big paychecks and get massively platformed, and then most of the micro influencers you just don't hear about. And
Why doesn't
and
the
a lot of
left
people
fund
prefer. Well, I think it's a listening preference. A lot of people prefer to hear people say, "Whatever you think is right, the establishment is out to get you. We're combating the narrative." Things like that. Easy to digest points that, even if they have no basis in reality, make you feel good. It gives you a dopamine release.
Yeah, that's all AI does as well. It's the exact same mechanism in terms of like we're so easy, it's so easy to accept what it says because it's just predicting what sounds right to us in the first place, right?
Yeah, AI does that pretty well. That's why people can get lost in AI, where
AI
they can.
psychosis.
It'll start like
Yeah.
convincing themselves. You know.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you basically get your own personalized echo chamber for your own
Yeah,
internal
yeah.
thoughts.
I mean, it happened to Sam Altman, the CEO. He has been like tweeting about how he couldn't raise his kid without ChatGPT.
Oh, yeah,
he's
dude.
generating how the best use of it is to generate podcasts so that your kids can listen to them to know what they think about you. Like, it's just like actual like nuttery. Like, he's like kind of off the wall somewhat, and just he's completely reliant on it, it seems like.
Wow.
And he's just like, I'm not a big fan of the guy.
Yeah, no, it's yeah, well, that's why I'm back doing maths now. Fuck me, right?
All the billionaires need to be
A
taxed.
terrible thing.
No more billionaires. We need to have like
999,999,000.
yeah.
I'm
there
okay
needs
with
to-
that.
We need something called a wealth tax, and it scales. And when you hit, you know, whatever
Yes,
it is,
sir.
I don't know, 5 billion, it becomes 100%. And so it'll be like, oh,
What if my
yes.
laser is 5.1 billion?
Yeah, but that's
Cool.
a
You and a friend can get your laser then.
No, no one cares about a bit.
Exactly.
We want businesses to spend 50 billion. I
Yeah.
don't care about that. I'm saying an
Yeah.
individual.
Personal. Yeah.
Personal.
I mean, the easy way they'll cheat that though is, oh, this is my holding company.
Well, I saw
Yeah,
a thing
yeah.
too. It's like the problem with billionaires is like, okay, you say, you know, you started this company, here's a yacht, here's a big house, you know, that must be enough, right? And then no, they want more, and now they want to control the thoughts and
Yeah.
the lives of people. It's like,
I mean,
okay,
I am less of a fan of billionaires who spend like $4,000 a month, and that's it, because it's like, I don't
They're
know.
not even stimulating the economy.
It just feels like they're LARPing being poor and holding all the money.
Yeah.
Like,
LARPing being poor.
like I don't know if it's some sort. It's like, I don't know. It's like what Marx would say about like fetishes in a lot of ways. Like they are just pretending to be the average person while hoarding massive amounts of wealth.
Massive.
Like I'm sorry, Mr. Buffett, you don't need to pay $1.20 for your freaking egg sandwich in the morning. I'd
Yeah.
rather him go get a $10,000 breakfast. Like honestly,
Dude, I'd rather him spend $10,000 on a buck sandwich every morning.
I am more okay with
Yeah.
Jeff Bezos being on a yacht doing nothing except a bunch of cocaine, rather than Warren Buffett spending $12 a day. At least the money's going somewhere else.
Yeah.
I don't know.
That's a good take. Good take.
Redistributed.
Yeah, that seems about right. I just don't understand the gaslighting that billionaires and, trillionaires now have literally convinced massive amounts of people that it's somehow like
Trickle down.
it's not okay to tax them. That's like morally apprehensible. And it's like, what are you
They work
talking
for their
about?
money.
Like the people decide the laws, like we decide the
person.
laws, and we
Yeah.
if someone owns all the water, we can go to them and say, sorry, you don't own all the water anymore.
Give us some water.
Because that's fucked up. Like it doesn't, like there's no why is it morally wrong to vote to not let people own literally all the houses in your neighborhood? Why would that be wrong? That makes no sense. And
Well,
I can't.
because companies are people too.
Companies are people too. Yeah.
Technically,
Also,
they are, according to the Supreme Court.
I don't remember who it was that said this, but the idea that like Americans, and I think this applies to a lot of people in Western society, like see themselves as temporarily embarrassed millionaires rather than as, the lower class that they are as a result of the fact that we don't take action on this. So it's like an attack on a billionaire's like wealth, like in some weird ways like transferred to, but that means I couldn't get that. Even though, but it's like from a lack of understanding that the system itself, like as it currently is, besides like sheer dumb luck, will like prevent them from getting back to that position if they just work harder, right?
Yeah, I mean, if you ask like a lot of these people too, they'll say that if they like had to restart from scratch, they could never make $1 billion. Like most of it is just luck.
Yes.
It's actually like a lot of billionaires like LARP wanting to go into theoretical physics, or that they know so much about theoretical physics. It's like
Jeff
so
Bezos.
much of them. Jeff Bezos, also Musk. He acts like he's some sort of genius.
I know.
It's,
I imagine like I just have this image of Musk doing his presentation thing of like how brilliant he is and everything, and then like when he actually goes to the lab and the cameras are off, he's like fumbling around with shit, and there's like the scientists around him trying to make sure he doesn't break
and they're
anything,
fixing it all.
They're like fixing it. They're like, dude, okay, can you sit over here in the corner? Don't look directly in the beam, right?
If he walked into our optics lab, he would be moving stuff around for the photo shoot, looking smart, and then we'd have to move it all back.
Yeah. Yeah, then you gotta move it all back.
Like some of them are like actually smart people, like Jensen Huang. He is a billionaire like purely by dumb luck. NVIDIA got massive out of nowhere because of the AI craze, but before that, he was working on chips. Like he has a large amount of engineering experience. Even before he was before NVIDIA, he was the lead chip designer for 3DFX, which was huge. And then he goes and starts NVIDIA, and I'm like, and then the company got huge out of nowhere. I'm like, okay, whatever, dude, that's cool. But it's like, just don't. Why are you pretending to be like some super genius? You already have $1 trillion. No one can.
Oh no, because they're insecure. So that's actually easy to explain. It's and unfortunately this still exists within like a lot of academic spaces. Less so I think the higher up you go. But it's the social hierarchy of oh, you don't know this thing. that I know, or I'm smarter than you, right? And a lot of that's tied to the fact that, like our academic systems, unfortunately, are competitive. And so, there is a lot of value that we socially place on intelligence. And, like it really only, as far as I've encountered, starts to disappear once you start like talking to professors. Um, but like, it obviously will happen at various points, but that's still going to be the driving factor behind what's one more thing that, somebody with $1 trillion can get. And it's like, Elon Musk just wants people to think he's brilliant. Like that's the root cause of everything he does. Like he pretends to be some like cracked, what was it, like Dota? No, it wasn't Dota. It was
I know what you're talking about.
yeah, you know the one I'm talking about, and he faked it.
Yeah, there was no
Yeah.
record of it.
It was like people checked him. They looked at his gameplay, and it was like obvious that he was like faking it. And it's like, yeah, at the end of the
Oh,
day,
yeah,
he's
that's
just
right.
insecure. He
Yeah,
just wants people to think he's brilliant,
He had the fake.
Well,
whether
but
it's
he always-
intelligence.
It was like PoE was
The
it?
Blizzard game. Yeah, or Path of Exile. Yeah, I think
I
so.
thought it was
Path of Exile
Exile,
hardcore or something.
right?
I actually was talking about a different one, not Path of Exile. I know about that, but he always says that he used to be like a semi-pro Quake player. And someone did a deep dive.
Really? Yeah. Wow.
Someone did a deep dive and interviewed the people who were on the team at what was it? Zip2,
At that
I think,
time?
was the name of the company, and they said, yeah, he never played.
Yeah.
He's
Yeah.
just
Well, exactly. Right.
Really? That's
Yeah,
so weird.
there was like a 3-hour breakdown. They had like, I want to say only like 1,000 views on YouTube. And I was like, this should be huge. This is like a great video.
Wow.
But again, a lot of it's just tied to the fact that like, hey, at the end of the day, like, you're not going to consciously acknowledge that this is why you're doing it, but it's insecurity. It's the fact that unfortunately, like, hey, yeah, most people aren't brilliant. Like, you can't have everybody be Einstein or Newton in terms of the wave of impact that they have. And also what's lost a lot of the time in those stories is the fact that they weren't singular figures. Like, they were surrounded by other brilliant people, and they worked with each other, and there was a lot of like impact of all these other ideas, but history doesn't remember that full picture. And so then, yeah, like that sort of ultimately, unfortunately, is like still so like tied into society. It's like we hear stories of like, oh, this is, Ramanujan was this fantastic mathematician, or you've got Gauss, you've got Euler, and it's sort of like, hey, the whole time you're learning maths, you're learning of these like giants.
Yeah,
And
I mean, you don't hear about the thousands of mathematicians who died at those exact same time periods that you've never heard of. Like,
oh no, I want to extend it even further. It's I also think it's like it's prohibitive in a sense as well. It's like either you fall into this trap of like chasing the status rather than doing the work, or like inversely, and this is like the thing that's driven me back to maths and physics is if you think you can't do it, like you actually won't, right? Like there has to be some weird dichotomy of like self-delusional belief, right? That allows somebody to like approach something that so many people before them have like seemingly failed to do. It's like, if you just tell yourself, well, I'm nothing like these guys, it's like, yeah, well, you won't do it then, realistically. It's like, we just know that unfortunately, like the human mind is to an extent self-deterministic in terms of if that's what you're telling yourself, yeah, you probably won't do it. And we see this from having studied elite athletes. It's like
I agree with that for most mathematicians, except for one, Gauss. He's got his name on every single thing ever. Like, there's just no beating him.
Yeah, sure, but that's also the benefit of being first. Right? That sort of is it as well.
Yeah, there's stuff that Gauss didn't do, right? I mean, like Gauss
maybe
did,
5, 6 things.
Gauss did a lot. I like Gauss a lot. Obviously, he's my favorite mathematician.
There's 5, maybe 6 things he didn't do.
Yeah, 5 or 6 things he didn't do.
They built. You did
Well,
all of that.
again,
Yeah,
it's
he-
like
he did
if
a
you're
lot.
looking at individuals, but you look at how much work we've made as a collective since. Oh, dude, we've made so much more progress, but it's no longer one person doing it, right?
It's also a lot like big discoveries that would have made someone like Gauss extremely famous in his time are so much more narrow in like
Mm.
their actual context, it seems like. Like there was like huge breakthrough in dynamical systems theory last year. And I
Yeah.
keep up with that field. I don't remember the guy's name. Like
Yeah.
it's because it was so useful for the field, but the field has gone in such a narrow direction that pretty much no one else in the world outside of the very top of that field knows anything about it.
This is
Where
what I was telling
back in
Bobby
the day,
earlier.
you get a paper 6 weeks after Gauss finished something, it's like, Gauss proved blah, 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 blah. And it's like, wow, that guy's pretty smart.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, his
Things are way more
dissertation
niche now.
was the fundamental theorem of algebra.
Yeah, and I guess like on that, like really from an outsider's perspective, the shape of maths and physics to me very much seems that like the only thing you guys care about is like this unification of the standard model with GR, right? And
Not me.
you guys have, well, generally speaking, right? Like that'll be if whoever does that is going to get their name written down
yeah,
in history is the kind of idea, right? That'll be the big one, right? Maybe there'll be another big one later.
Yeah,
But what's really interesting to me is like that like
hypothesis. That's what I want to
oh
do.
yeah, well yeah.
Most Millennium problems, I guess. Not all of them. Some of them I feel like you could solve and people wouldn't notice.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah.
But you see what I'm saying in terms of
Yeah.
like there are these things that like have much broader like I guess like tied status.
Some of these bleed in other areas, which is why they also get a lot more recognition. Like like in computational neuroscience, one of the holy grails is to find a universal training algorithm for spiking neural networks. That's like one of the holy grails, because you can, the current way it's done is either you have to do a lot of fine tuning and finicking until you finally get a model that works, or you cheat and you add something similar to gradients to your network. But if you found a universal training algorithm for spiking networks, pretty much every other type of neural network goes away. You don't need them anymore, because spiking neural networks are the optimal way of, provably optimal way of implementing any artificial neural network if you can find a universal training algorithm. They are faster, they are far more energy efficient, and they can also do time series analysis, which is quite useful.
Interesting.
So that bleeds over to all of machine learning, a lot of neuroscience too, because it would be a plausible mechanism for how the brain does it. So like a discovery like that has multi-field impact, that would get recognition, where in some areas it's so narrow that like no one's going to know about it except the people who already know about it. Which is like,
yeah,
oh, man, I spent 20 years solving this problem, and all I got is 3 friends to do it.
But then also like, and this is a really fun one, at least from my perspective, because I think I mentioned this last time I was here, but like I was involved in professional sport coaching as well, and like when it comes to like sort of, there's this really interesting thing of like the moment you are thinking about other people in a competition, it sort of fucks with your head and you just do not perform, right? Whereas like you still need the mentality of winning, which is really interesting. But like not the fear of loss. And so there's this really interesting like psychology that goes into sort of like the mindset of like elite athletes. And obviously it's tied to their like real genetics in terms of their body and also whatever training they get access to. But like so much more of athletes' performance is their tolerance of failure. And like that is effectively derived in adolescence predominantly across most top end adult athletes by virtue of the fact that they weren't prodigies. So like most youth prodigies do not become the number one as adults because of basically how it shapes their early psychology and then how it fucks with them when inevitably they go backwards for a second, right? Whereas like
that's
if
not
you
true
are
in violin. In violin, it's unfortunate. Unfortunately, in violin, that's the one thing where it's like, oh yeah, the
that's
earlier
fair.
you start, it's
Yeah,
but I know you're talking about sports and stuff. So
Not competitive sport. Yeah. Thankfully,
Yeah.
it's like
The notable exception is my boy Terrence Tao, child prodigy.
No.
And a field
Yes. Well, okay. So here's a fun one. He wasn't pressured into it,
yeah,
right?
exactly.
So his mum's a mathematician, but it's not like he's coming from this
Oh yeah, if you're forced
perform
to do
kind of
something,
family. Yeah.
then that's bad.
Right.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. So, and then also like it's tied into because I was predominantly involved in coaching youth athletes. It's the thing that I saw all the time that was really hard to like you basically get one of these kids if you're lucky, but most of the time the really good kids are just obsessed with the idols that they see. So they just want to win. They don't want to put in all the extra work that actually they need to if they want to keep winning later on as adults, and accept that putting in the time now to do that work actually will mean that they will probably lose like immediate competitions at times, right?
Well,
because
in science, I guess we're gonna say that with like layman going to ChatGPT and saying, solve P versus NP, and then comes up with some garbage nonsense, and it'll be like, this is the solution, here's how it works, blah 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 blah, and then you just get like deluded by it. Like you're not supposed to just tackle the hardest problem, right? Before you've ever studied anything.
Well, so this is the weird dilemma. It's sort of like, well, maybe, but also like, if you hold on to that for too long as well, like maybe you never feel like you can go and tackle the hardest thing either, right? It's this interesting like dichotomy of like, cool, like at some point you need to be willing to have the humility to go, okay, I have to put in the work to figure this thing out. Like it's not going to come for free. I'm not going to like without a lot of effort and a lot of rigor understand the fullness of everything first before I can really go and maybe solve this problem. But also at some point you have to decide, because you won't feel ready, I'm going to try and solve this problem anyway.
It's like the bell curve meme. Like that's like quite literally what it is.
Yes. No, exactly. Oh, yeah. You know what I'm saying. Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
When you're at the middle of the bell curve, and then you can start slowly progressing to the other side.
Yeah, so and Terry Tao talks about this. He describes it as pre-rigor, rigor, and then post-rigor, right?
Yeah.
It's like there's a point of beyond rigor where actually you need to start going back to intuition, because like you know then that you have the rigor tool to check if your intuition is correct. And there's something really interesting about that, because the sport I was involved in was climbing, right? I was really interested in like, how do I teach like intuitive problem solving to kids? And the short answer is I couldn't fucking figure it out. It's actually outrageously hard to teach, to formally teach it. You sort of just have to end up putting people in situations where, and also hope that they have the right kind of, brain and psychology, where those situations sort of like just lead them to trying something and slowly refining this feeling for what might be the right solution over tens of thousands of attempts. like of just encountering new problems for the first time. And it's sort of like, oh wow, like teaching that's like really fucking hard. And it's sort of like similar for maths. It's really interesting, like hearing his talk, for example. He gave like a 40-minute lecture on it, where from his perspective, like pre-rigor, like kids really understand intuition really, really well. But then by the time they get to, and you know, this is like me citing him because I haven't seen this, but when he's saying people get to undergrads and they start doing this very rigorous approach to mathematics, it almost to an extent at times gets trained out, where you sort of just get trained to like just put your head down and follow the maths, even if it doesn't make a lot of sense. Whereas for me, most of the two professors I'm working with at the moment, have real frustrations with how maths is taught, because they've had to like at times, you know, learn a subject like 3 or 4 times before it's finally intuitively clicked. And I'm sort of like, oh, so at some point it intuitively clicked is what they're actually saying. And that's really interesting then, that like, okay, like, you know, the academic system as a whole maybe can't be changed too much to accommodate that. But like, interestingly then, like, the approach to maths in terms of like, if you can learn it at your own pace, could be like, actually you want to like not just head down if you have the time. It's like you sort of really want to like wrestle with it and come back to it and try and figure out a way in which it slowly is able to like sit within the other information you already have in a way that sort of like makes sense.
You see this a lot whenever like you ask students like first year calculus, like, oh, what's a derivative? They'll usually use the word like infinitely small or something. But if you think about it from like an intuition standpoint, that kind of sucks. Like infinitely small. What does that do for me for my intuition? It's like, no, like there's better ways to think of a derivative. And I don't know. To your earlier point about like confidence and stuff, that's why I like whenever like Bobby will say like, oh yeah, you know, young physicist or something. Like I like it because it's encouraging, because I study a lot and I'm like, well, maybe I'm LARPing or something. And then Bobby's like, no, you're fine, man. And I'm like, oh, thanks. But yeah,
Actually,
intuition.
if you look at
Intuition is
my,
something not taught.
if you look at my banner, that perfectly describes the correct state of being. Are you even good enough
Oh,
to
yep.
have imposter syndrome?
Oh, I
If you're
did see
good
that.
enough to
I
have
really, really
imposter
like that.
syndrome, you're good enough.
Yep. Yep. Yeah, no.
Like, if
I'd
you
also
have
like that
imposter
ties
syndrome, you
into
should be good at whatever you're doing.
Wait, what'd you
beautifully.
say?
That still ties into like, oh,
I mean, I still get it. Like,
Yeah.
it's,
Yep.
yeah, which is outrageous because like, what the fuck do you mean you're getting imposter syndrome?
I feel like Cal probably does too, honestly. He'll be working on some nonsense, I bet. He'll be like, man, am I even good at this math stuff?
Yeah, I mean, no, this is when I talk to Bobby and he's like, oh yeah, Riemann zeta function. Here, I'm gonna explain it. Boom. And it's like, this is how they combined it, analysis and number theory. I'm like, geez, I'm so far from like the math I need to know. It's insane. Ugh.
Well, you're not wanting to do analytic number theory, though, right? You want to do physics.
No.
He wants to be
Yes.
employed.
I don't want
Just kidding. Just kidding.
See, dude, I guess this is the one thing I got going for me, right? I'm like, nah, I'll fucking do this shit for free. But also, I don't think I'll ever consider myself a mathematician or a physicist, so it doesn't bother me if I'm wrong.
I always have to be rude to mathematicians and say, "Oh, wait, you got a job yet?" Stuff like that. There's a little bit there.
Well, I am employed, at least for now.
I think I've never met someone who studies type theory who isn't a non-academic, that actually has like a job.
Is this homotopy type theory, or is this a different kind?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Usually
interest.
Oh, sorry. Usually
you
the
go.
joke is mathematicians are like mayonnaise. Everybody, they're the mayonnaise to the other sciences, but nobody wants it on their own.
Yeah,
That's usually the joke.
My advisor would always joke. He'd be like, oh, you want to be a mathematician, you know, well, then you have to take the vow of charity, the vow of, you know, poverty, and then he'd always go, and the vow of chastity. And I'd look at him, and he'd look at me, and he'd be like, okay, fine, we'll give you that one. And I'm like, thank you, thank you.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm trying to find somebody who has experience in homotopy type theory. So if you do know a contact, let me know, because I have some conversations I need to have with them.
I used to talk to one guy, but he was Japanese, so we had to translate each other's messages.
Oh, that's probably not going to work then. I still lack the formal language.
He was a good guy, though. He didn't have a job, but
Oh, fuck off. That's so painful to hear.
No job.
I always just chalked it up to unemployment rates in Japan being quite high. It's
Yeah.
in
In Australia, I was just going to say, in Australia, we've cut funding to science like massively as well. So even if you are a scientist, it's like you're paid, like if you're doing a PhD, you're paid fuck all. Like I don't know how you could actually live on how much you get paid if you're doing a paid PhD program here. And then if you're an actual scientist, it's still, you're like, the amount you're getting paid now is like so little. We've over the last 30 years basically stopped investing in science entirely, which is frustrating because we were really good at it.
My favorite science. Go ahead.
Oh, the budget needs to be increased to like. We should be spending way more on science than we do, you know. But
So true.
anyway, just to give people hope, it is possible to get good jobs as a scientist. FYI, that does exist. It's a little tedious.
So, I'm Canadian, but we've actually had a fortune due to the declining state of academia in the States. We have had 70% increase in job applications from the U.S. since Donald Trump retook office. Where I work, and the government has decided to seize this opportunity and has pledged over $2 billion to private scientific experimentation, which is pretty nifty.
Wow.
My favorite Australian company, though, is Cortical Labs. They make Cortical Labs. They make like organoid computers. Their current one has 800,000 lab-grown neurons on it. It's pretty.
Wow.
Yeah. Han is the CEO. He's a good guy.
Actual intelligence. Think beyond silicon.
Yeah.
Was this the one using little I don't even know what the word was, but little brain organoids?
Yeah, dish brains.
Dude, I saw that. That's out of a Resident Evil game, man.
The process is quite interesting because it's skin cells. So they found a way to induce skin cells back to being stem cells, and then they can make those stem cells into neurons. And then they put them on this computer chip. Yeah.
We grew real neurons on a chip, and they taught themselves how to play Pong.
Yeah.
Oh, I've seen this.
That sounds like voodoo magic, dude. That sounds like that literally sounds like one of these conspiracy theory things on a Joe Rogan podcast. Like,
well, a lot of Xanadu Cortical Labs. There's also a company called Blue Mind. We have this saying that kind of goes around, and it's J over C, so joules over calories. And so it's like a way of saying that we're trying to all make extremely energy efficient systems. like Bluemind as an example, they've made an audio processing chip that uses 20 times less power than the one on the AirPods by using spiking neural networks to perform the audio conversion. So
Yeah,
it's
wow.
because I mean, since like 2016, we predicted that there was going to be a massive energy shortage due to one scenario or the other, and now it seems that that's coming true, which is very nifty for all of us.
Well, yeah, like in Europe, right? Like Hungary's lost what, roughly like 50% of its energy because of the lack of water in the Danube. They can't cool it. Same
Yeah.
thing's happening in Romania as well right now. They're like pretty nuclear dependent.
Well, there's even so we knew that there was like we predicted that there would be like big tensions in places like the Democratic Republic of the Congo,
Yeah.
which shorts a lot of rare earth metals and coal that goes around the world. But believe it or not, the DRC contains like around 70% of all the rare earth metals on the planet. They are by far the most mineral rich country. But since China wants them, a lot of places in Europe want them, America wants them, they are constantly fighting.
They're hot stuff.
Yeah, it's messy.
Yeah.
But energy efficiency is like a big thing that everyone's focusing on. There's a company called Kepler who's building a optical relay in space currently, and so that satellites don't have to go communicate back with the ground station, and they can communicate directly by this optical relay.
Yeah, wow.
Laser beams. A lot of deep tech, no matter like which country you go to in, it's I can't really think of a better word. The companies are very incestuous in a way, to where pretty much every single founder of all these companies knows each other and works together on projects. Like, that they're all working on multiple projects all together, so that once they finally scale, they can do some cool stuff.
I mean, that checks out.
Yeah.
Like most of nepotism is not daddy's son. It's you just know somebody, and the fact that you can vouch for them adds a degree of social trust that goes beyond technical expertise. So, of course, if you've got like 3 companies you could work with, but you already know like 3 guys at one of them, the likelihood that you'll keep working and keep co-collaborating is like higher.
Not even co-collaboration, where these companies are already planning directly on, in the future, implementing their technologies directly. They're currently separate companies, but at some point they'll probably, merge. And they're just working on separate processes until then. But they have plans to implement different kinds of technologies together. It's gonna be pretty cool in 2030, because that's when a lot of these different kinds of areas are expected to make big advancements.
Oh yeah.
All right, I think I gotta go to bed.
Okay. Bye.
It's been a lot of fun. It's getting
Yeah.
late. You guys can stay, of course, as long as you like. I appreciate you, Butterfly, for teaching me a lot of new stuff about the advancements in quantum computers. That is very cool.
Problem. I like your videos, so
Oh,
I thought I'd
good.
share some info.
Thank you. Me yelling at really dumb people.
It's a good way for me to relax. Okay, what can I say?
Hell yeah.
That's what I'm here for. That's what I'm here for. Yes.
I'll be
I
writing a
have-
paper, and I'll just have videos like that of you or other people that are similar, just arguing with people in the background.
That is so weird to think about. I'm like, so I just posted a review on the paper the Parsons paper that Donnie did. So that's on YouTube. You have a wonderful 2-hour video of
thank
me
you.
ranting and screaming at how stupid Donnie is. So yeah.
I love
check
when
it
I
out.
find new people like you because then I can be like, oh, there's a whole backlog of things from you. Right.
There's all these videos I haven't watched. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Have a good night.
Mm-mm. All right. Well, good night, everyone.
Night.
Russ Welkin.
What do we do? Disconnect quietly? No, just disconnect quietly. Okay.